Are you there?
Hello, Professor Kamal. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Chandra. So this is being live streamed, right?
Yeah, this is being live streamed.
Okay. Am I audible? Is there anyone at Prabodhan, Chandra?
Sorry, Professor?
Yeah, I'm audible, right?
Yeah, you are very much audible.
All right. Yeah. Thanks.
Hi.
Hi, Pankaj. Hi, everyone. Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Am I audible? This is Chandra.
Yes, you are audible, but you have a little bit of echo going on.
Yeah, that's because I'm looking.
Very speakers.
Yeah.
Hi, Zishan. Good to meet you. Hi, Ajay.
Yeah, hi.
How's the echo now?
It's better now. Thanks.
Great. We shall begin in a couple of minutes.
Hi, Vaibhav. Morning.
So is the audio and video clear? Kamal, is the audio and video clear?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay.
Yep.
A
Thanks.
very good morning to all of you present here. I hope everyone can hear me. The weather in Indore is pretty chilly, and I welcome all of you for having taken your time out on a Sunday morning to be part of Prabodhan Conclave. So after a fantastic day one, where we witnessed an array of exciting events, right from panel discussions on burning topics such as the remote working of the new world and the new terms of employment, followed by a live wire case study competition, and finally we ended the day one by a fireside chat with visionaries of the future. So now we start an even more exciting day two. So the first event in discussion is a panel discussion with the topic Startup to Sustainability by Inspirational Founders and Leaders of New Age Tech Companies, followed by a business quiz competition. So now I would like Chandra to take over the mic and please conduct the first event. Chandra, can you hear me?
Sure. Yes. Hello. Am I audible? Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to one and all. I hope I'm audible now. Great. I, Chandra Prabahar, on behalf of Corporate Interaction Committee of IIM Indore, welcome you all to Prabodhan, the flagship leadership conclave. In a few moments' time, we shall be commencing the discussion on startup to sustainability, that is, incubating and growing startups for a sustainable future. To leverage the expertise on this matter, we have before us luminaries from various backgrounds. Let me begin by introducing each member of the panel through a brief description before I open up for a broader deliberation. To begin with, we have Mr. Zishan Hayat, a distinguished alumni of IIT Bombay with a dual degree in civil engineering. Mr. Zishan is the founder of Topper, an adaptive learning application for school students. His entrepreneurial venture also spans to being co-founder of Chowpatty Bazaar, the phone commerce marketplace that was later acquired by India's largest retailer, Future Group. What not? He is also an angel investor in some of the India's hottest startups and also an avid traveler. Next up is Mr. Vaibhav Singhal, one of our own distinguished alumni. Mr. Vaibhav is the co-founder and CEO of Drop the Queue, a retail and food tech venture which recently also bagged $1.15 million funding. Mr. Singhal has vast exposure in building and shaping businesses across industries spanning boundaries. He has also been part of some of the biggest clients in aviation and engineering, such as Emirates and Cummins, respectively. Following that, we have Mr. Pankaj Thakur, founder of Pad Ventures. Mr. Thakur is a serial entrepreneur with over 3.5 decades of corporate and startup experience. In his various C-suite level roles and as co-founders and founder of multiple startups globally, he has built, advised, and transformed them successfully. After which we have Mr. Ajay Hiraskar, first certified scaling up coach based in India using the Rockefeller habits. As an experienced global professional who is passionate about helping businesses, entrepreneurs succeed, he is highly experienced in building and developing, motivating, strategic planning, resource management, and profitability initiatives. Great to have you, sir. Last but not the least, we have Professor Kamal Sharma from IIM Indore. Professor Kamal is a distinguished fellow in management from IIM Ahmedabad. He is crowned with the Theet Gupta Memorial Thesis Award. With over 10 publications, Mr. Kamal has served stints in Citibank and IDBI as an investment banker. He shall be moderating the session today. Over to you, Mr. Kamal.
Hi, thanks and welcome everyone to this particular panel. And it's wonderful to have all of you here. It's always good that we get out of our academia and go out and touch base with the people who are actually in the thick of action. And right now, from where we see digital spaces and the entrepreneurship space is one of those rather strange and very happy places wherein India has taken either the lead or is in the thick of action world over. So usually we have, for the last many decades, we have generally seen a situation wherein the lead has been taken by the Western countries and India generally tries to catch up. But here, this is one space where I think all of you have pretty much changed the game. And we are pretty much in the leading position across the world, in not just in companies, but in also in terms of the digital infrastructure. So this is a wonderful opportunity, and I think what your insights are, what your journeys are, they will be of tremendous importance and tremendous inputs to the future managers and entrepreneurs who are looking at this particular panel. I think the impact of the changes that have happened in the last 20 years or so, I think many of us would be able to see it, but I think some of the youngsters would find many of these things as obvious, many of these things as a given. But I think we have come from the time when a modem had I used to take 1 minute just to get online, and it would make all these noises, weird noises before getting online. And today we have 4G, we have wonderful speeds right on our mobile phones. We are 24/7 always connected. So to that extent, I think the inputs that you guys have for us would be extremely important. We of course have entrepreneurs, we have serial entrepreneurs, we have venture capitalists and advisors. So between all of you, I think you bring in the energy, the clarity, and of course the money, which pretty much has made this entire story successful. When Chandra had asked me to moderate this panel, I thought he was kind enough to say that I will be moderating this panel, but I thought what was going on in his mind was that you are the dinosaur of this panel. So you come from academia and you will be a part of the world wherein the action was in the past. And but we'll try to get a lot of inputs from all of you, and let's try and make sense of what's happening here, and what do we have for the future. And I think that is something which many of the audience members right now would be carefully looking at. So welcome again, all of you, and thanks for joining. Thanks for joining all of us. So I thought we'll keep this particular conversation freewheeling and informal. So please feel free to chime in to give your inputs, because I think the way in which this panel has been set up, entrepreneurs, advisors, and venture inputs, we will be looking at the same animal from very different perspectives. And that integrated view is what we generally crave for. So let me just start the ball rolling. Zishan, you have been almost continuously in the thick of action and a darling of the media as well in the business press. So if you could just give a very quick idea of your journey in Topper, and how was it that you started out? What were the headwinds that you faced?
Yeah. So actually, my first company was in 2008, and that was literally the I want to say first wave, but maybe like the second wave of internet, right? If you consider Make My Trips, etc., as the first wave. 2008. So Flipkart, my company, Snapdeal, and a bunch of others were just tapping into internet, and we were figuring out. So for the first 5 years, took some fundamental bets around what is happening. So there was a phone penetration that was happening. There was internet penetration happening. But this was a completely different era, right? Like completely different from what we are experiencing today. But the bets were, Indians are at the tip of having immense computing power in their pockets, because we were beginning to see how Android phones were hitting pretty much everyone, right? So the computing power being available, the internet connecting that computing power to each other, and then what applications can you build on top of it, whether it is commerce or retail or information or classifieds, right? So at that point, I started my internet journey. I think fundamentally we took all the right bets, but there is more to starting up than just getting the fundamentals and the ideas right. So I think in my second company, I think we had a better shot at it. Right? So I did that for 5 years. We eventually sold our company to Future Group. And in 2013, we started to build Topper. This time around, I think we were more prepared for internet space, for a tech space. So in my earlier journey, I think the sequence of forming the company was idea, the team to execute that idea, the market, and timing that market, right? So I think that was our sequence. In my second company, I think we did the reverse. We literally started with timing the market, expanding the market after figuring out a niche, and then going to it and then expand that market for yourself by adding more products. Attracting the right team as you go along. Of course, I had my co-founder, but attracting and building a team that you could retain over 8-9 years. We still have our day zero, day one colleagues. And then idea, of course, was in my second one, the idea wasn't a big deal, right? I didn't matter that much. So how I approached my two startups was fundamentally different in both the journeys. Now, this is all in hindsight, right? It's in hindsight, it's easy to say that. But back in 2008, when we took the bet for commerce, my assumptions were, we are a phone country. We should build commerce on the phone. It doesn't make sense to build a single seller inventory-led model. It should be a marketplace. So in 2008, we started to build a phone-led marketplace model where you could sign up with phone numbers. Whereas Flipkart stuck to basics and said, web product, email sign up, inventory-led model, right? So that's what I say. So the idea was simple for them, but our idea was not timed properly to the market, right? It made sense 5 years later. It made sense in 2015 or 14. Didn't make sense in 2008. So yeah, quick view into my journey and how the two journeys were approached from diametrically opposite sides.
Right. So you were, when you say that you were in the second wave, it's also that you were in the Wild West phase of exploration and discovery, right? I think in India, a lot of people were just gearing up to the potential of digital spaces.
Right.
And that's where a lot of experimentation and discovery took place. I think you were one of the pioneers, and I think your learnings then were perhaps made use by a lot of other people as well.
Yeah, I would say in 2008, it was definitely a Wild West, right? Because absolutely very difficult to explain what a product manager was back then, right? So if you said, I'm a product manager, it was very difficult to just explain even to your family or to your, actually to your classmates also what you did, right? So even to banking people saying, I'm a product manager and it's something awesome, was very difficult. But by 2014, I think we had we had all the fundamentals baked up completely, right? So 13, 14, Ola started in 2011, housing.com started in 2012, Tiny Owl started in 2013, Swiggy started in, I want to say 14, Topper started in 13. By that time, I think everything was much more prevalent, right? Like even venture capital had come of age, right? So in 2008 and 9, venture capital still behaved like private equity behaved like buyouts, and angel investors actually behaved like venture capital, where they wanted to own like 20-25% of the company. But by 13, all that had changed. I think Tiger and Leafixel did a lot to ignite the venture capital industry in India, right? Their aggressive check writing actually got other venture capitalists to pull up the stocks and actually start doing riskier technology bets. So yeah.
And I think this is where Pankaj would perhaps also be able to give his views, because we have been seeing a lot of blockbuster exits now, with Paytm just getting listed, Zomato, the founders and the VCs making a lot of money. So how do you see this entire journey, Pankaj? You've been in this space for a very long time, and you've seen a lot of companies enter the space, grow, exit. Many of them get extinguished as well. So how is it that you're seeing the space get stabilized now?
Right. So, as Ishan said, I was part of the internet era for the first internet era, and I was right there in the Silicon Valley. I started my venture in 2000 in San Jose, raised a lot of money, did some good work, but did not succeed, and I had to bury the company and come back to India in 2004. But once an entrepreneur, always an entrepreneur type of thing. I started again in 2004 after taking 3-4 months sabbatical in India, and by that time, I think we rightly, as Ishan said, the phone was happening, and we jumped right into it. We created a platform that you could interact in real time with television, which was very rare those days, and only some part of the Japan and UK it was happening. And we created a fantastic company, which I sold in 2013. And we raised 3 rounds of funding in that, angel, Series A, Series B, and it was I would say a very whatever I learned in my first venture and whatever failures I had from that became the real learning without me really focusing on that. You could actually subconscious mind told you, don't do this because this is what you did there, and I kind of when they say failure is a big teacher, that was absolutely right. And it all happened in subconscious mind. And I kept just, rolling around, and the company just started, we were right in the middle of that era where consumers were looking for alternatives, and phone was the only alternative where they could do something. And we just tapped into that market. So today you see all these interactions that have happened, on the television. We were the one who created that, where people could call in, IVR, SMS, and later on internet, and then apps. You could interact in real time with television, which was very rare. And after selling the company, then I realized, I'm getting old, and it takes a huge amount of effort to build a company. Absolutely, it takes there is no work-life balance then. It is just work, work, work. And I think 2013, when I sold, 9 years I'd taken that toll. So 1 year was the contract where I had to work for the other company who bought us. And 2014, I just, took 1 year off. And 2015, we decided, me and my partner Jan, that let's look at what we can do. And we started helping early stage companies. That's where the most casualty happens. 95% of the companies don't see beyond 3 years. And the reason for that is everybody believes that, they want to be Vijay Shekhar Sharma, or they want to be Bansals, or they want to be somebody, and the stories drive them, and they become, really obsessed by an idea, which may not be really valid, but they go like a bull in a china shop, or sare ghar ke badal dalunga types, and they try and do things and the worst part they do is they first go and chase VCs. And that's a waste of time, because VCs, angels are very smart today. They are not going to. In my days, angels were, friends. Okay, what do you want to do? Okay, this is what you want to do. You just came back from US. All right, you raised some money. I think you have some potential. I'm ready to put in a couple of crores for you. And you could start. Today, the same angels will turn around and say, tell me what's the value that you bring in here. And that's the change I see in the investing has become very professional. But the entrepreneurs have not become professionals. Entrepreneurs are still going by their old habits of just chasing money, money, money without chasing the customers. And if you look at all the successful companies, in fact, if you look at Zomato, one of the very big story in Zomato is they chase the customer. There were a lot of there was a lot of feet on the street in Zomato case right in the beginning when they were populating their database. Today, everybody comes and says, I'm going to do social media marketing, I'm going to do influencer marketing, I'm going to get my customers. You don't get customers like that. You need to be in the thick of it. As they say, get out of the building. Sitting in your conference room and understanding how the SEOs are done and how you influence and how you crack Facebook in advertising is not the way to do it. The way to do it is be there, create value for the customers, and that's not happening. You still don't see that. Out of the 5 lakh database that you have in Invest India or Startup India's database, you can see maybe about 5,000 companies at some point of time will actually go and raise Series A or Series B. So we are looking at that space where we are. So out of the, in last 4 years, one-on-one, I have met over 1,000 companies. And 990 companies possibly I have advised them to shut down. Because they don't have anything to do. They're just wanting to, just small little change and they think they're filling the gap. And that's where the whole thing is going wrong. And we are trying to help these youngsters to understand you have to go and play this entire game right at the level that it is played in the Western world. You go out there, you build, you find some customers, you solve some real problem at scale, build innovation. I mean, what is innovation for them? Innovation for them is invention. I mean, there is so many of good products lying there in the boxes which never will come out because they don't know how to sell. So either they know how to build a product, and technology guys, and I'm not a techie, I'm a mathematics guy, so I can say that. Techies have this typical problem. I have built a hammer, now show me the nail. And that is what kills the whole idea. But anyway, I'm not saying it's all bad. There are lots and lots of good companies there. They need help. And that's where we are placing there. We are putting our effort. We are about 40 people, all CXO levels, all mentoring these companies, putting our money there. We are a group of angel investors. We are 110 of us. We all write a check, anything above, in increment of 5 lakhs. And we have actually invested in 40 odd companies at that level, where they have a validated idea, no product. It's not important to have product. They have a validated idea where they've gone into the field, spoken to 100 odd customers, got their feedback, created a product based on the real interaction with the stakeholders. And these companies, and 10 of them are actually now in Series A in last 4 years. So I think we are doing a good job. And out of the 200 companies that we have actually mentored, only 40 have actually crossed that line, that Lakshman Rekha, where they could actually, get some investment. And the industry average is 2%. So that's where I see. But there is a hope. And I really see lots and lots of good companies coming out. It's just that we need to be really prudent about who we are supporting and why we are supporting.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, you are writing the check. You are helping a lot of companies grow. So clearly, the proof of concept has to be there. Clearly, the clarity of vision has to be there, and there has to be a very rock solid implementation idea. And I tend to agree with you. This obsession with social media marketing as being equivalent of scale and assuming that we'll go to the net and consumers will come, money will come automatically. I think there are so many leaps of faith that people make. And like you said, a lot of good companies or very good, in fact, even intentions fall by the wayside because these assumptions don't really pan out. And at the end of the day, you are not creating value for the customer. And I think that is where a lot of winners really make a lot of, that's where they really break out of this entire noise. 2% rate of conversion, that I think is something that a lot of entrepreneurs will really look at, and that's the risk. We generally look at the Bansals and the Vijay Shekhar Sharmas, but we don't really look at the 98% who have really fallen by the wayside. So to that, I think this notion of clarity about why is it that you're doing what you're doing, Why is it that you are spending 10 years of your life chasing an idea? If at the end of the day there is no value for the customer, then you can burn a lot of money.
Absolutely right.
Yeah. So I think that's where Ajay, you help a lot of people really get out of the noise that is happening around, and you perhaps advise them to focus on what's important, to go and look at the most important part in the entire mess. Because like Pankaj and Zishan have said, that the first few years you can really burn out completely, and that's your company is what your life is. And in that time you are trying to do a lot of things that you are perhaps learning as the situations go on. So could you just give your perspective about this, and how is it that you help out a lot of companies which are getting bigger in scale and scope?
Thanks, Kamal, and wonderful insight shared by Zishan as well as Pankaj. So, very valid perspectives here. I think startup founders have a tough challenge, because at the end of the day, it's not just about addressing customer issues, not just about finding a niche, not just about building teams, not just about building scale, but the entire complexity and the confusion that you have around you, really speaking. In fact, it was easier when things were simpler. We didn't have to read up so many stuff. Today, every book that you look at, every video that you'll see, he'll give you conceptual frameworks, right? It'll tell you, do this, do that, do that. And I think, I really applaud everyone, whether it's Pankaj, Zishan or Vaibhav, in terms of them having successfully built ventures with all this noise around. Because how do you cut out through this noise, and how do you focus upon the right things that will really help you to build a business? I think that is become the biggest challenge that startup founders really are facing today. And that's exactly, I've been myself associated with the startup ecosystem for 8 odd years, right? I have been a part of the TIE, the Pune chapter of the Indus Entrepreneurs, where we mentored some 500 or 600 companies through the last 7-8 years through a very, very structured mentoring program. I'm myself an angel investor, and I've myself been investing into companies, and I'm also on the advisory board of many of these growth companies. And the fundamental challenge is that how do you cut through all of that chaff and get to the wheat, right? Get to the core of what is really required. And things keep changing, because as a startup founder, you started off something and you built a business to go up to maybe 10 crore, maybe $1 million worth of revenue, or $1.5 million. Interestingly, from that point of time onwards to go to the next 5 million, next 10 million, whatever you did in the first phase, you have to throw it out of the window, right? Because you cannot take that, because what made you successful till now will not make you successful in the future. So you have to be able to reinvent. You have to be able to understand what has to change, and you have to be willing to let go of something that was successful till now for you, and align into building bigger systems, processes, hiring the people, delegating responsibility. Everything really changes, and each of these keeps happening till the time you keep scaling up as it is. And that is one of the fundamental reason why you see that, yes, there are a lot of startups that start, right? And like Pankaj said, some of them are really focused on the right things, and then over a period of time they build successful businesses, but they are still small businesses. Now from there, once you need to scale and grow, I think the whole fundamental challenge is, how do you focus on the right things? How do you bring in the right people? How do you ensure that you can give them effective delegation that you can grow, becomes the biggest challenge. And this is where precisely I step in when I help out with one of companies. In fact, when I invested in the companies and I saw them growing, I realized that there aren't really frameworks for growth companies. You do have a lot of frameworks like the business model canvas and stuff like that for startups. If you go to large corporate, there are enough strategic frameworks, but there is really nothing in between for the growth companies, because once you hit a certain stage, you got a leadership team, you've hit maybe a couple of $1 million of revenue. How do you grow from there? There aren't any frameworks. And that's when I looked around, I identified, are there frameworks available that can be used? And I came across a framework that I really utilize when I work with companies, called Scaling Up. And that's what I really do. So I'm today on the advisory board of companies. We focus on the 4 primary things that really drive the business: people, strategy, execution, and cash. So these become the 4 pillars on which we utilize tools and frameworks that drive it. And like I said, the core essence to that is the willingness of the founder or the founding team to reinvent themselves every point of time as they keep growing. And that becomes, in my opinion, the most crucial difference between the companies that really scale and grow and the companies that don't. Because that willingness to let go of the baggage, the willingness to learn, the willingness to reinvent is what drives success. So that's a quick perspective that I want to share, which is, I'm sure, relevant and useful and good, important for companies to be able to scale once they succeed at a certain stage.
Right. And I think this is also what keeps coming up when we look at a lot of startups. The initial phase is about managing chaos. It's only when you hit a certain stage when you also want to bring in order within the organization and how the organization also interacts with the wider community, be it venture caps or be it consumers, etc. So that transition from chaos to order is something like you very rightly said is a challenge for a lot of companies. So you can go the first few years just based on adrenaline, but after that, when you have to get into the grind and when you realize that life is beyond a few good ideas, but the implementation really wears you down. That is where I think a lot of companies, like you highlighted, really struggle. So, in your observation, is Indian the set of companies that reach out to you, are they gradually moving up the experience chain and are at least alive to this idea of this change from chaos to order?
Yeah, so whether somebody reaches out to somebody or no, most of the successful companies that you'll see will have a board of advisors, right? There's always an advisory board, like Pankaj himself mentioned, right? Even when they invest into a company, they do have mentors and stuff like that available. TiE Pune runs this program because we understand the crucial importance that mentors really play in terms of helping shape the companies as they grow. Because no matter what you do, a startup founder is operating at a ground level. A mentor and an advisory board level is able to operate at a 30,000, 40,000 feet level because they are distanced from the day-to-day elements of the business. So this is one essential element that I will always say that exists. Now, any of the successful companies that you look at it will always have somebody or the other that they turn for an inputs and advice. And I think that's something which startup founders should adopt early on, because that's something which will help them in their journey, because they are blindsided by a lot of stuff which might be coming to them in all directions. Somebody who can help them to cut through and ask them the right kind of questions. Are you thinking about this? Are you looking at this? Have you, because it's not about, a mentor doesn't give the answers. The mentor is giving the questions. And the questions is what really drive, because the answers will be arrived at by the founders themselves. So I think this is the first element, the learning ability I already spoken to you about, and the ability to reinvent themselves. I think all of these three really go together in all of this. And I think I loved what Pankaj said, that founders are being driven by the wrong things. But for them, it's all about, attracting investors. Even though it's not easy, it's a tough job. Attracting investors is a tough job. But a lot of founders get driven by just making them attractive to investors, which is not necessarily the end game of business. The end game of business is to build a successful, profitable business, and that is a tough proposition, and that takes a lot more energy and effort than otherwise. I will not take away credit for all the companies that have raised money, and then obviously some of them have really gone and become successful. But along with that, what do you utilize that money for is to deliver value. And that's what I loved about Pankaj's approach. Unless you deliver value to customers, unless you're truly creating value, you're never going to succeed. So I think, it's a tough thing to balance, because you hear all these stories, you hear about all this money being raised, and you are blinded by it. Now, how do you ensure that you can do that, but still stay the course, still stay true, have your North Star in saying that I deliver value to customers first and foremost. And all of this is the help I will get in the process for me to get there. These are all the sources, resources, money is everything that will get me there to create a profitable business. Somewhere in the startup world also the concept of profit or a profitable business seems to have lost its way, right? Building value is there, and ultimately building a profitable business. I think these are the two tenets that at least I hold dear to myself whenever I work with companies. And touch wood, I think all the companies that I've been associated with, we actually see that happening right from its early days itself, as it is.
Yeah, Pankaj.
Add to what Ajay said, when a company walks into an office or our office, it comes looking for money, straightforward. And then with the money, some business, yeah, sure, why not? Though their attitude is, I can do my own business. Mentoring, really, I don't need it. I know I've been in 10 years, 15 years in the business. And then we tell them, look, my friend, if you look at other way around, if you have a mentor, you will definitely get some business. And if you have business, money will chase you. You don't have to chase money.
Right.
But it's always other way around. That's the difficult part of it. Thanks.
Give me your money and shut up. Right. Yeah. So the value of mentorship clearly is very high, and I think like both of you have said, Pankaj and Ajay, it's not just the flow of money that's important, but flow of ideas and the concept where the founders can think at the difficult questions. The founders are not just running purely on energy and adrenaline. That I think is coming out quite fair, straight, and central. And I think Vaibhav is the person who's actually in the hot seat there, because he is right now scaling up rapidly. And Vaibhav is one of our own. In fact, worked in corporate, then came back to academia. Part of this program, and now he has gone and opened up Drop the Queue. So Vaibhav, could you just tell us your journey, and how is it that you took the more difficult path? We at IIM, we ensure that people are drowned in debt by the time they get a degree and get out of here, and you took the difficult path and said that let me just take a little more risk with my life.
Yeah, thanks, Professor. Thanks calling me. It really, I'm overwhelmed when I'm sure that everybody would agree with me. The feeling is different when your alma mater calls you. So I'm really glad and honored to be here. And after listening to Zishan, Pankaj, and of course Ajay, so I can really relate to Zishan, what Zishan said, where he was, what he was doing when he was building his first business. That was back in 2008. So it was idea, it was people, it was product, it was money, and now with top of the things have changed. So idea is there, but the other things are very important. Then when what Pankaj said, people, once the idea is there, they start reaching out to VCs. So, and when Ajay said there are 4 important pillars: people, strategy, execution, and your cash. And when you have an idea, the VCs will reach you. So what we started for 1.5 years when I started Drop the Queue. We were only chasing customers. We were trying to validate the idea with the customers. We were there in the very smaller pocket because we are based out of Noida. So we were available in a very small pocket. We were at the ground with the people. So what Drop the Queue really do, we are into retail convenience, where we are a retail convenience startup, where we are trying to provide convenience to the people who are ready to spend time and to come out to visit the stores, physical stores, or the brands or the outlets. So if you look at it, the pandemic has really driven the growth of deliveries. We can see all 10 minutes deliveries, 30 minutes pizza, what Domino's started, and now is brought down to 10 minutes deliveries of groceries. So day before yesterday, I was at a panel of Franchisee India Restaurant Awards, and Raj was there from Domino's. So he said that we are also thinking of getting Domino's into 10 minutes pizza deliveries. So the world is moving around 10-minute deliveries right now. So we thought that there's a gap wherein we can provide some convenience to the customer who are literally making a brand a brand. So when a brand decides to take an expensive commercial space, so they want to reach out to more people, they want footfall. So we are trying to help them out. So we started validating our idea with the help of technology. So technology could be digital technology. So it could be a simple web-based or app-based solution. So artificial intelligence is a thing which is going around, and India is buzzing on it, machine learning. So there are a lot of things which we are trying to do with these retailers, with the small and big time retailers. I was there when we started 1.5 years ago. We were there in one pocket of Noida. We were working with the customers, with the retail stores, with their users. We're trying to figure out what's happening, what is the point, what is the pain point, how we can resolve that, what they would be looking at as a value proposition. Is just the discounts which drives them, or they are ready to buy convenience as well? So Hindustan mein, we know that India is majorly driven by discounts, whether it was straight discounts or pseudo discounts. So the online industry is basically driven by discounts. So yeah, there's a different strategy behind that as well. So we worked there for 1.5 years. When then we realized that this is the problem not only at one place, this could be replicated to many areas. We started doing that, and I'm a late bloomer. So as Kamal said, that I was there for 13 years doing my business, being in Dubai, doing a job over there, then coming back to India, losing some $1 million over there, and then realizing कि यार बिना MBA के हो नहीं पाएगा, क्योंकि करके देख लिया बहुत. So you need some good minds to speak to study with. You want some good peers, you want some good place to be. So decided for this MBA, and this MBA program has helped me a lot. So all the people out there, what the MBA, this IIM Indore has given to me is the perspective to think bigger. And I'm sure that this all the institutes, they try to give that. So when we were there at the campus, so the professors used to tell us that you are not here to become an employee, you are here to become an entrepreneur. You should be able to create jobs. So we are trying to, especially with the 1-year program, so we are trying to make you entrepreneurs of tomorrow. If not entrepreneurs, they at least become intrapreneurs. So that's what the thing which stuck with me. I was there in the industry for 4 years, and then after being there for 4 years, so I thought, let's look at some pain points, try to solve them. And if I would be able to do justice to what I'm trying to do, would succeed. You can see the picture behind me. So this is the status. This is my mindset right now. I'm trying to hold that arrow. That growth arrow, I'm trying to hold that. Obviously I have team with me which is trying to hold that. So this is the mindset. I think Zishan would agree with me that the people who have this idea, the co-founders or the first team who have the faith and the vision in the idea, they always try to hold this arrow up. And this is a continuous process. This will go on during the growth phase, during the initial days, and during all the series. If you're not able to hold this arrow, then the show will shut down for sure. And so it's not going to take long to shut down the show. So all the co-founders, whether it's a small, big, or a profitable agency or a profitable organization, we need to hold on to this growth arrow. And we need to, the tough questions, I would say, Ajay, all the co-founders know what are the tough questions, but you need a mentor to make them realize that, yeah, these are the questions you need to work on first, because when you are in the growth stage, you have a lot of things, you have to do a lot of firefighting. Yes, in the hindsight, you forget, or you tend to put them at the back burner or at the end of the priority list. But if you have mentors around, those are the guys who are telling you, bro, don't put it on the back burner, this is gonna come. It's just on, probably not see this, but we've gone through the journey, so this is just around the corner. And I'm glad after listening to all of three of you. So what Ajay said, or what Pankaj or what Ishan said. So we had from the day one, we had our mentors by our side. We were doing the real customer survey, and we're taking the custom testimonials, and we're trying to figure out what the pain point is. And after doing something on the ground level for 1.5 years, the investors started approaching us, and we were lucky enough because investment is a matchmaking, or to have that match with us, and our investors are very supportive. And yeah, so the journey has been a roller coaster ride, from entrepreneurship to this program, and then to the corporate world back again, and then back to this side of table. So Pankaj said, once an entrepreneur is always an entrepreneur. So that stays, that's true with me as well. And that's true with Zishan, and that's true with Ajay, and that's true with each one and everyone. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think as consumers, we don't really see we are more than happy to enjoy the change that has happened, but we don't really see the sweat and the blood that has gone in that the entrepreneurs have really gone through. So keeping that arrow up takes a hell lot of an effort from your side, but we are happy getting 30 minutes pizza or 10 minutes Zepto delivery. We just look at the bottom line and we say that, all right, something is happening out there which might be easy. It's just technology driven, so what is a big deal? But the effort that goes in, I think that is something which we generally forget to applaud. And I think the people who are right now in the audience would perhaps do better if they see the grind and the mental effort and the almost a part of your life that you give to these ideas and to make them happen. And I think it's after that, after a few years, after 5 years, 10 years of really going through the grind, that you see the effect of it changing the ecosystem itself. So Zishan with the Topper and the entire changes that have happened in the edtech space, now the institutions like ours and many others have started to feel the heat. So it comes full circle that way. And there, I think this one question that generally a lot of people whom I interact with, they keep pointing out. That is it that the efficiency gains that technology could have brought in, those efficiency gains have already been addressed. And now is the time for new entrepreneurs to create a new value algorithm altogether. In the sense that, let's say, online education. So there was a space wherein the delivery of education could have been made more efficient using technology, or in retail, things could have been using technology, the efficiency gains could have been got. And now that story is pretty much over because a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of companies have addressed those gaps. And now the game needs to change. So would you care to venture some thoughts on this? Zishan, I think you might be best placed for this.
I don't think the wheel ever stops. There is nothing like, okay, we've reached sufficient this and therefore now we can do. We've done X, so therefore now we can do Y, right? So I think it's a continuous cycle. In fact, what is actually happening is the cycle of change is getting shortened. Earlier, if you made a meaningful delta earlier, that delta could stick around for 30-40 years, then it got shortened to 20 years. Now I think the changes are getting obsolete in 10 to 15 years, and my sense is going forward it will be so rapid that if you can hang on to a changed generation for 10 years, it will be great, right? Because it's super rapid now. It's very, very rapid. So see, customers shift from X to Y if they see at least a 3x improvement in their current user experience. A lot of companies fail because they are unable to deliver that 3x change in user experience, right? Either it is in convenience or in cost or in access or all of them together bundled up. It needs to be like a 3-4x better user experience. If I offer you an incrementally 20% better user experience, then usually I'm not going to shift from going to the grocery store to like ordering on the app. If it just offers a 20%, it gets lost, the value gets lost. So, and that 3x, 4x improvement in user experience, whatever it is, right? Like whatever dimension that you track it against, if you were able to crack that, you could hang on to it and juice it for like 10 years, 15 years. I think that cycle is getting shortened now. So there's something else coming fairly quickly. You're actually seeing that in e-commerce itself, right? Like you had inventory-led e-commerce, then you had marketplace-led e-commerce. Once that settled and everyone at marketplace, app-based, then it came down to delivery times, right? So earlier wars were all fought on pricing. Now they're being fought on delivery times. That's true with speeds also, right? Like humans could walk 10 kilometers per hour or walk / brisk walk or run. until I could shift it to like 50 kilometers per hour, nothing else mattered. So the car was like a fundamental change. And until you could take that 50 to 500 in an aeroplane, nothing else mattered, right? Like, so those changes. So we are not going to see a significant change in commute unless we can take that 500 kilometers per hour to either 5,000 or like few thousand kilometers per hour, or like a significant reduction in cost at 1/3 the cost, or 1/4 the cost, or 1/5 the cost. So either on time. So air travel is my classic example, right? Like either you cut down the cost of air travel by 1 to 1/4, or you increase the speed of travel to 4 times. Then I will shift from air travel to something else, right? So I think we're going to be stuck with air travel until that happens. So yeah, I don't think we are ever steady. The wheel is always turning, and cycles are getting shorter.
So I like to chime in here with the perspective that there are 4 dynamics at play, really speaking, right? The first dynamic at play here is the evolution of technology itself. And like rightly Zishan said, this is getting shorter and shorter. That's the first dynamic. The second dynamic is the changing expectation of your customers. Because customers, and including the new generations of customers that are entering the market, like you rightly said, we were used to maybe that dial-up modem. Right now for them, internet speed of 100 Mbps is standard, given. And that's the starting point. Like that's the second thing. The third thing is the competitive scenario, because there are players who are coming in and trying to unsettle the current players in the market. Maybe good, maybe bad, maybe lousy, no matter what. But they are bringing in a variation. And the fourth is what I call paradigm shifts in terms of how a particular thing is either consumed, used, or perceived, right? So these are the 4 dynamics that really come into play when you really look at how things are evolving. And when you as a startup founder, as a business, when you want to be ahead of the curve, right? It's not just one curve here. If you personally ask me, these are these 4 different paradigms that you have to be able to align into and then create something that is truly ahead of the curve then in that case. And that is not an easy task, because you are actually battling, and each of them actually converge together in different ways and they impact in different ways. So that's my quick take upon whatever Zishan started off with.
So from the money perspective, Pankaj, if you could perhaps look at this, that here is, let's say, Zishan, who has created this wonderful product, and 2 years down the line, Vaibhav comes in and asks you for money, and he is trying to compete against Zishan. How is it that you balance your portfolio in that situation? If Vaibhav succeeds and in pushing Zishan out of the picture, then you lose your money that you've invested in Zishan, and Vaibhav you don't really know whether he'll succeed or not.
So you see, when you are an entrepreneur and then you become an investor, you let the best guy win, and if it happens, and one thing that I really agree with Zishan is the value that you offer. He talks in terms of efficiency and things like that. I'm seeing value. If you are not giving 3-4x more value, the consumer is not going to really shift from A to B. And that value creation, it will come with innovation. And if Zishan is actually complacent in his position, and Vaibhav is actually the guy who's wanting to do that innovation, so be it. And I mean, I'm sure Zishan is experiencing this as we speak, and Vaibhav is doing it as we speak. So my money, if I put my money in Zishan, I will also put my money on Vaibhav. Because for me, either of them, because I'm not betting on horses, I'm betting on people. And if I can see there is a revolution that Vaibhav is going to create, my money is on him. So if my money on Zishan is going to go to dogs, so be it. Doesn't matter. Investors are not looking at, elephants, right? They're not. They're looking at, if you look at Amazon, amazing company because they're continuously innovating. Innovation is an ongoing process. And rightly, as Ajay pointed out, that the consumer behavior is changing so rapidly because It's the user who's innovating today. He is thinking, what do I need now? This you have given me, this cell phone you have given me, this smartphone you have given me, what I can do with it. And the person who captures that imagination is the winner. It's not about you sit again. I am saying that it's not about you sitting in a conference room and brainstorming ki hum kya kar sakte hain. It's about going there and understanding what do they need. Where is this metaverse coming from? Where do you think it is coming from? Do you think Zuckerberg sat in his conference room and did that? No way. There is a 2,000 people primary market research that went on for a year to understand what's going to go happen. Nobody will tell you that, because these are, they don't tell you this, but there are people who have done it and they are telling you that this has happened. So, in fact, I remember a story when I was in Harvard. They had a case study on Zuckerberg when he wanted to shift from a desktop to mobile. What he did was he created a team of 4,000 people who were banned from using desktop and say, just use mobile and tell me how will you actually create a Facebook on mobile. And then you realize Facebook interface on mobile was even better than everything shifted to mobile. How do you do that? You do that if you're closer to your customer. How did Dell happen? Because you see, IBM was a very customer-centric company, but their problem was they only focused on large customers. Smaller customers like me and you who were sitting at that time in dorms had no way to get an IBM PC. And there was this Michael Dell sitting somewhere, bloody hell, if they are not giving it, let me create my own. And he created on his own, and the entire dorm bought it, and the entire universities and everybody started buying it from his dorm. So it's you are closer to the user, more innovative you are. And in that race, that is why, bigger guys get, they become elephants. They refuse to move. Unless until you have somebody who can make the elephant dance. Otherwise, it's not possible. You have to be nimble-footed. You have to be closer to the customer. You have to understand that everything will come from the customer side, not from your side. And as far as you're able to capture that, you are going to be innovative all the time. And so will be Zishan and so will be Vaibhav. And they may be addressing a different needs altogether. They may be in the same space, but they may be addressing a very different needs and coming from different sides. Who's going to win? Time will tell. These are not really astrological prediction, but these are the people-driven prediction.
Realities of life, right? You have to, at the end of the day, you have to get your hands dirty. So you can sit in your conference rooms as much as you want, but unless you go out there, unless you go and speak to the customers, understand the needs.
I'll give you, Professor Kamal, just one short more thing. So why did I decide to go and help early stage companies? I went to over 200 institutions, including IIT Indore. I did not come to IIM Indore because nobody invited me. I guess I was not good enough there for that, but I went to 200 odd institutions, or maybe 225. And on every entrepreneurial event, I was there for 1 year, full 1 year, trying to understand what do they need. And then I realized they have no clue what entrepreneurship is all about. And neither the professors knew, neither the dean knew. And, it was the entire AICTs, failed to make me understand what does the entrepreneurship means when these kids come. They don't have anything there. And that's where I got this idea. If I have to help, I have to go down there at the first level to create entrepreneurs. You have to now create entrepreneurs. If they have an idea, how do you become an entrepreneur? So that's where, rightly you said, anybody coming out of IIM is in debt. And so is somebody coming out of an engineering school. Because that engineering college student is actually, his father has put in 4 or 5 lakhs. His annual income is 30,000 rupees or 3 lakh rupees. He's putting that much money, means that guy doesn't want to be an entrepreneur. He may have a brilliant mind. So unless and until you create that environment where they feel safe, and the only way they can feel safe is you handhold them, give them all the resources, including money. Otherwise, it's not going to happen.
Right. To that extent, I think this is also criticism, and I'm being a part of the beast. I'm perhaps as much to blame for that. The focus of formal education has been largely to train people for certain roles, but not so much to jump in the water and then start swimming. So the risk appetite is somehow, I think, systemically a little throttled. But on the other hand, we also see Zishan jumping out of IIT and getting into this Vaibhav after I am getting into it. So I think that spark is alive. So we don't really do a very good job of snuffing the fire out. So there are a few people who get out of our target and still do very well. But yeah, I think I do agree that this notion of risk appetite and how do you fan that, and what type of support ecosystem can be built into the institutions of higher learning, that I think is absolutely essential. And I think and in the same sense that entrepreneurs jump in and create value where there exists none, it's good that we have people like you and Ajay who come in and fill in the gaps where formal education is struggling. So let me just take a couple of questions from the audience, and we have another half an hour, so maybe we can deliberate on these, and then we can also think a little bit about the future. So the first question that I'm getting is, what are the challenges one faces while scaling up the operations post-funding? Was an overhaul of operations required? And how to integrate the new team members in the same job culture while scaling? So Zishan, I think, has gone through the entire cycle.
Yep. Yeah. So see, the thing is, your key employees or your key colleagues need to scale faster than the company. So your company, let's say it's growing about 3x every year. So your company is literally 10x in 2 years. So you're doing 1 crore a month. Now you're suddenly doing 10 crores a month. If your colleagues don't scale faster than the company, you will have to bring in new people. So that has always been a challenge, right? So people need to scale faster. And that's why you sort of over-index on talent and put people who could today handle 10 crores, but start with a 1 crore portfolio so that they at least have 4 years to do a 10x on themselves while the company does 100x on itself, right? Like so you sort of over-index on talent early on, even if the work doesn't require that much talent. The process, of course, you have to have the processes. You can't really reboot. It's a live machine, right? It's a running car. You can't really change the stepping on a running car. So you need to have the foundations right from day zero. At least you need to have a thought of that. You can't say, okay, let me just hack my way through. I'll just patch a few Excel sheets and I'll patch something together to build systems. It won't work. You need to build this. Even if your order volume is super low, you still need to get the right CRM. Even if your order volume is, even if your payroll is super small, you still need to get a HRMS, right? So you need to think about systems early on. I think overall, my sense is, see, if you're a technology entrepreneur, you're anyway believing that software is going to eat the world. So you're anyway actually taking away market from others with the help of software. So obviously, in your own company, you're going to deploy a whole lot of software yourself, right? So you will have the systems you should have the systems in place. So yeah, that's my quick take there.
I think Ajay, you also, in fact, you advise a lot of companies in this who are struggling with this phase. So your views on this?
Yeah, so I love what Zishan said because it completely aligns into the fundamental 3 barriers that scaling a business will always have. The first is leadership development, and Zishan exactly spoke about that. And I love the fact what he said, you have to 10x your people first. So that's a very, very valid observation, something that people underestimate when they're growing a business. That's first. The second is scalable infrastructure. And again, he pointed that out, that you have to be investing ahead in the curve, whether it is CRM systems, processes, physical infrastructure, whatever else you need. So scalable infrastructure is the second barrier. The third barrier, which again, in a lot of times people underestimate, is the marketing effectiveness that you really have to build into your organization's engine. Because at the end of the day, it has to be a self-fueled marketing effectiveness that can really keep driving you up and ahead, right? No business is going to grow, 3x, 5x, 10x unless and until you you are, and market effectiveness, and this is why I don't say sales effectiveness, I say marketing effectiveness, because you'll never be able to build the business if you're going out, right? It's about how can you get customers coming to your, knocking apart to your doors. That's going to really help you. So early on, I think founders need to understand that you need to address these three barriers if you want to set the stage to be able to scale your business. And if you ensure that you are keeping this and investing in this ahead of the curve, if you're ensuring that you understand these facets of it, it will make your job so much simpler, right? When you have all your dominoes lined up to be able to grow. Okay, so it's obviously goes hand in hand, but these have to be addressed along the way, early on itself, and you keep addressing it as you keep growing.
Actually, one more point I want to make on this is around scaling up marketing. So usually what happens is, founders get to like $1 million in ARR. The marketing required to get to $1 million in ARR comes at a very low, cost per lead, or, at a low customer acquisition cost. So we all feel that, oh, great, we've hit this, 1 million ARR and the cost is so low. What we fail to realize is marketing costs don't scale up linearly, especially digital marketing costs. The digital marketing costs scale up exponentially. They scale up beyond exponentially, because naturally the incremental user available is going to come at a premium, right? So first 100 users you can get cheap, next 100 you can get slightly more expensive, but the last 100 are going to be super expensive. So that's one. The second is, here you are actually working with Google and Facebook, which have the strongest algorithms and the best engineers in the world sitting behind those algorithms. So your marketing guy is actually competing with the best Google engineer for that dollar. So he has a dollar, and the Google engineer there is saying, give me the dollar and I'll give you nothing. And this guy is saying, I'll give you the dollar, but give me 10 leads, right? So the competition is not between you and customers. The competition is between your marketing guy and Google's engineer, right? They are writing code to maximize their revenue for the least number of leads they pass on. And you're, in monopolistic situations like these, where your only options on digital marketing are Google and Facebook, you're stuck with, you're stuck in a very bad situation. So scaling up marketing costs can actually kill you. And that's why TV is so popular in India, right? You see all the startups coming to TV, and you wonder, why would a tech company advertise on TV, right? Should you just advertise digitally and get your users there? You're an internet company. Why do you have to advertise on TV? Because there's no linkage between you seeing the ad on TV and me clicking on the app, right? The link is broken. I don't know what you saw and when did you click. But yet you see any sporting event or actually any channel, every second ad or third ad is a tech company. So yeah, that's something to keep in mind, that marketing costs don't scale up linearly, and you have to really deploy your best to beat the best in the world.
Right. In fact, this goes back to what I think Chamat from Social Venture also mentioned, that a lot of money that is spent by entrepreneurs in the digital space actually makes its way back to Google and Facebook and Amazon, because
so I think VCs are better off just buying Google credits and Facebook credits, and then they can invest half in dollars and half in Google credits. They can all pull up their capital and buy in bulk instead of giving money to you. And we buying at expensive rates.
Expensive, yeah. Right. So there's a question for Pankaj, and this comes from Datta Maske. So you had mentioned that the startup founders chase money and not the customers. So what are the common patterns or traps that generally doom startups?
The first thing I think is for a founder or a founding team is to unlearn to learn. Right? They come with a huge baggage. Whatever they have done in the past is not relevant if you are doing something innovative. Innovation itself means it's something new, never been done before. So what you may have is it could have the market that you have served earlier, which is fine. Could have the customer base, which could have served earlier. But the value that you're bringing is very different than what you brought earlier. So you need to understand the customer behavior first. You need to go there. And so it's great if you know a market. Let's say if you served in a particular vertical, and the same vertical you're going to address your new product or services, innovative product and services. So great, because the starting is easy for you. You go there, you meet few customers, and you know what you're thinking is really happening there or not. But most of them will not. And then they try and venture into something that they've never done before. And if they've not done before, it's important that they unlearn what they have done and start learning the new ways of the customer behavior. And that's the doom. That's the biggest reason for that. That classic this thing they have, that if I know it, it's, and then comes the mentors on top of that. So this is me, I know, and I have a mentor who's coming from the same. And this mentor, because he's been successful there, he's telling you, look, this is the only way you can do it because I did it, you should do it. And that could be really double whammy for this poor guy who is trying to do something innovative. And the mentor is telling him, this is the only way you can do it. The mentorship also has to be really evaluated, who you are hiring as mentor. And if the mentor does not have skin in the game, I think you are in trouble anyway. And when I say skin in the game, it's not only investment, but let's say if you really believe that this mentor is going to help you out, because as Ajay said, mentors are there to challenge your thinking and bring new thoughts into you, not about thinking the same thing and then saying that, no, do this way or that way. It's not my way or highway when it comes to mentor. Mentor has to be very, very analytic in his approach, understand what they are saying, and challenge their thinking by saying that, why can't you do this also? Why can't you do that also? Because they are really tunnel vision. Their focus is actually a tunnel vision for entrepreneurs. So while you are not thinking anything that you learned in the past, you're just going ahead with that. And on top of that, you have a mentor who's not telling you to think outside of the box, could be a doomsday, really. And I've seen that happening to many, many, many of these guys. Poor fellows, they have a great idea within their sphere of knowledge, but somebody's telling them, I have done this because he or she has been successful in that. They just drive them to their own path. How is it that one innovative product that somebody else did was successful? Great. And the other innovative product will have the same path of success? Cannot be. It defies all logic. But that's what has happened. Hence, the mentoring also need to have a structure. Ajay was talking about structured mentoring. I'm a great believer in that the mentors have do's and don'ts. And the don'ts play more often in our world than actually do's. And that could be a problem. So choose first, unlearn to learn. Just think it's like it's a blank slate. Go with a blank slate. Just believe in your skills and go forward. Second, hire a mentor who really can help you, who actually is your who's challenging your thoughts all the time, but at the same time agreeing with you and sometimes agreeing to disagree with you.
Right. So mentor cannot be an echo chamber, and a mentor cannot always be an impediment either. Absolutely. Thanks. Vaibhav, there's a question for you, and this comes from Vishu. This is with regards to rapid innovation by way of a new technology or an idea. So this definitely requires a change in consumer behavior, which takes a lot of effort and time. So the question is around that particular time when the consumers are not changing all that much. So how is it that, how do entrepreneurs sustain till they achieve till they achieve that change? And when cycles get shorter, how do you incorporate this aspect?
So Zishan has touched upon it. The cycle has been brought down to 10 years now. And if I talk about the customer behavior in India, the internet industry is running on two things: the excess of internet, cheap internet, and the population which we have. We are a 1.38 billion population country. Consumers are changing. I won't say consumers are not changing. However, the field which we are in, there the customer is already in the habit of getting convenience. So customer wants convenience. It's the way how you try to convince. So if you are there, if you have thought, as Pankaj has already mentioned, that you have to have the data first, if you have to have the discussion with the customers first, your target customers, your TG define. So we have Generation Z, we have different generations which are working upon, which are there, which coexist in the ecosystem. So if we have our TG right, and if we have our discussions with our customers right in the right place before we launch the idea, so I think the probability of customer behavior, the changing the customer behavior is high. And as Steve Jobs have always said that while he was working on Apple, the customer doesn't know what he requires. You have to tell him that this is what is more convenient and this is what will help you more. So for that, you need to sleep with the customer. So I believe in sleeping with the customer, getting down to the customer needs, talking to customer 101. We have scaled up a bit, but still all the calls, I make it a point that there's a certain amount of there's a certain period of time in the day where I take all the customer calls which land on our call center. So either I answer them personally, or I am there with the operator who is there interacting with the customer, the end customer, with the end user. So we have all known that, we have all read that you have to sleep with the customer, and customer is ready to change. I won't say the customer is not ready to change. Customer behavior or consumer behavior is difficult to change. However, if you can incorporate that, or you can communicate that to the customer that this is what is happening and this will help you out in this a manner, you just have to improve on your sales pitch. You have to sleep and you have to convince the customer this is happening and this is going to happen. And for that, there are a lot of early adapters. So we have innovation in change. There are a lot of early adapters. You need to identify those first, and who becomes your brand ambassadors as well. The people who are early adapters, you need to find out them. For that, your interaction with your users and with your consumer in the early days and during scaling up and the growth stage as well has to be very, very up to the ground level. And the people, we have covered this point. Zishan has also covered that. Pankaj has also covered that. Ajay has also covered that these decisions are not taken in the boardroom. You have to be there on the field to help the customer. There is a thinking which we have read. I have also gone through that. It's very difficult to change the customer behavior, consumer behavior. But we have seen that in last, so the companies like Topper, the companies like Zomato, the companies like Amazon, they have been able to do that. If you talk about the internet industry per se, the customer is ready to experiment. The customer is ready to try out new things. If that would have not been the case, we would not have seen so much of successful internet companies in India, and around the world. So I would say that customer is ready to change. However, you need to transfer. You need to have a right value proposition for the customer, and you need to tell that customer. You need to transfer that to the customer. This is what will help you in this certain manner. So the complete IDA, awareness, interest, desire, and action of marketing. The first awareness has to be done very important. And for that, you have to sleep with the customer and know the exact requirement. So this is my take on it. Customers ready to change. You need to be there to tell them if this is what and this is how. What and how really has to be answered in perfection to help the customer to change.
Right. So
I'd like to add, Kamal, if you don't mind.
Yep.
So quick couple of points. I love what Vaibhav spoke about, sleep with the customer, right? I love that concept. A couple of things. I think early on, a company should be clear who their core customer is. And then if that clarity is there, it also means that are you willing to displease other customers to be able to please that core customer is a very important decision. A lot of the companies try to be able to please all kinds of customers. That doesn't work like that. You should be clear about who your core customer is. You focus upon ensuring that you meet that requirement of the customer at the expense of not meeting the requirement on many other segments of customer. That's part A. Part B is something that we follow as a process with all the companies that we work with, is every senior leader in an organization should be talking to customers. Even the HR person, even the finance person, right? Why? Is because they will be able to ensure systems and process inside their organization that will then support delivery of value to customers. In fact, one of the process that we do is take back these inputs from customer feedback and get it into the discussions in the organization every week. right? That's something which can be, and I love the fact that Vaibhav spoke about. You have to be talking to customers, you have to be doing, and through that, what I ultimately called is, can you build your brand promises? Your brand promises that indicate what is it that you're going to deliver to your value, and can you measure your brand promise by something that I call the kept promise indicators. Are you keeping to that promise? Are you able to measure it? And that is the standard that as an organization when you hold yourself. One is clarity on your core customers, ignoring the others who don't make sense, ensuring that you're talking to them on a very frequent, not only you, not only the sales guys, everybody, right, is talking to customers inside your organization. Third thing, can you create a brand promise, and then can you measure the effectiveness of your brand promise with kept promise indicators? I think this is the stage. If you are able to do that, I think your alignment to customer is amazing after that then.
Yep. So KPI is now even more demanding. So keep promises kept, right? So let me just add on one very quick thing. The way I look at consumers, both of you mentioned about key consumers and others. I think we are by default, many of our consumers are coming from what could be called as digital natives. And then there are people who are digital transitions. So a bunch of people, the 20-year-old kids today, they are digital natives. They start out their lives with digital services. And people like us, perhaps 40, 50-year-old guys, we have moved away from an atom first system to a bits first system. So we are making the transition from atoms to bits, but most of the people, most of your consumers are digital natives. So their expectations would be much higher than the expectations of people like us. Their behavior will be very different. And to some extent, they not just become your core consumers, but also your lead innovators. So when Vaibhav, when you talk of speaking to the consumers on the call centers, you would perhaps hear from both the people who are digital natives who expect a much higher standard of responsiveness, and perhaps people like me who think that, well, I'm used to dealing with the government, and if the government works, then it works, but private sector, it should work, but I'm willing to give them a longer rope. That 1 day of response is fine. But a digital native will say, why am I not getting a response in 1 minute? I'll go to Twitter and I'll post something nasty about Vaibhav out there. So different categories. And I think what really comes out is that you are looking at all these categories in slightly different ways. And from the flip side, the consumers themselves behave in certain ways, just basis where they start out from. I hope I mean, I haven't got my hands dirty on this, but I hope I'm not really deviating too much from what you said. One question for Zishan. How do you structure the cap table to leverage the maximum benefit? Also, at what critical stage do you trade off equity for expansion?
How do you structure the cap table? I mean, there's actually not much you do to structure the cap table, right? Like, so the only thing that you can control pretty much is how many angels do you want to raise from, and are they like line items on the cap table, or like are they individual shareholders, or do you want to group them into an entity? After that, like Series A onwards, there's nothing much to structure the cap table, right? Like every time you raise money from one investor, you'll have one investor on the cap table. If you raise it from two, you'll have two new investors on the cap table. If you keep repeating, if you keep raising money from the same investors, you don't add new investors to the cap table. So I don't think there's much you can do to like literally change the nature of your cap table, except that manage individual investors who come in during the angel round. It only becomes troublesome much later on, Series C, Series D onwards. But till that point, it's not really too much of a bother. When do you dilute equity to grow? I think early on, you have no option other than diluting equity. Later on, some amount of debt might become available. The thing is, the debt that will become available will still be expensive, right? It will come like loaded cost will be about 15-16%. So if you're growing very fast, you're probably better off taking that expensive debt instead of equity, because if you're growing at maybe 150%, 200% year on year, then maybe debt doesn't hurt that much, because anyway your revenues will grow faster. But if you're growing slow, debt is always preferable, but debt can kill you also, right? Because it sits at the top of everything else. So if things go south, then you're literally dead. So you only take debt when you're sure that things won't go south. And one of the indicators is your revenue is growing very fast. So obviously things are looking great for you. So that said, I think over the last 2-3 years, capital has been really cheap. So people are getting loads of cash without having to dilute that much. Earlier generation entrepreneurs, even like in their $10 billion company, but he owned only like single digits in that $10 billion company. But nowadays, I think you can raise much more money without diluting that much. So yeah, I mean, you can be prudent about dilution. The worst is to raise a lot of cash, but also burn a lot of cash, like, and again having to raise. So then you're like again back to lower like same amount of dilution, lower ownership, and you're sitting on a much higher capital raised volume. So you're actually sitting on a lot of liquid, right? So you're like, if things go south, you have to pay off all that before you as a founder make money. So yeah, those are some of the points I had on that.
That's also a very emotional decision, right? Do you want to be to have 5% equity in a 10 billion company, or do you want to have a 50% equity in a 1 billion company? So when is it that you're willing to let go of the control and the baby that you've really raised for the last years or so?
Honestly, you never let go of control, whether you own 5 or none of the investors actually want to run your companies. You could be like a 2% owner in the company, but founders still run the companies. Very, very, very few examples where only Flipkart comes to my mind where founders are not running the company and still doing well. But that was after like a massive buyout and huge equity, huge capital injection. So I don't think VCs are ever looking to take control of the company. So it doesn't matter. Whether you want to own 5% in 10 or 50% in 1 is also not something that you can really control, right? There are very, very few cases where I had like this either or option and I chose 1, right? The path is usually set. You don't control it. And even if you had like full control on these decisions, like if I had equal choice of 50% of 1 and 5% of 10, I'd definitely pick 5% of 10, right? Because still make the same wealth, but because you built a $10 billion company, I'm sure the impact is that much higher, the reach is that much wider, the legacy is that much richer, deeper. So yeah, in fact, I'd still go for a large company. Right. Any day.
In fact, you're right. Even in Google, Sergey Brin and Page have about 5% equity each, not more. So, but the impact of Google is something that we all, and we can't really get Google out of our lives one way or the other.
Yeah.
Right. So, Professor, I would also like to add on this. So, instead of emotional, it's a super mathematical decision which one needs to take, and Zishan has said that it's not 5 or 10, it's more value how it's creating. And while this question you said it's baby, so all the co-founders, they found their companies and organizations and they try to bring them up like their babies. And as parents, I'm sure you are a parent as well, and I'm also a father of 2, so we all want our kids to grow and to become independent one day. So even if I'm not there in the organization, if my organization has become an individual, I'll always remain the parent of that particular organization. And that would be the moment of pride and proud for me. So my take on this is the way we have been brought up, the way Indian constitution, Indian society and Indian parenthood is, I try to keep it the similar way for my organization as well. Let it grow. even though I have 1% of stake one day in Drop the Q or in an organization I have opened up, and if it has become an individual, so I would be the happiest person on the planet Earth. The efforts which were put in the bringing up of that particular infant, the way it was infant, it started crawling, it's grown up, gone to the school, college, the same life cycle of an organization is. So making that individual become an independent and an responsible citizen, converting that into a responsible citizen makes most of the co-founders happy. So that's my take on this.
Same time, love, when the companies go down, you cut your losses and you run. When kids don't do well, you still stand by them.
Agreed.
So I'm telling you, the organization I had in US, we had raised Series B, and I had to ceremoniously bury it. I had to really put it, because otherwise, you just can't dump a company and run away. So you have to do that and then just, let go of it. But in the case of kids, even if they're not doing well, you still want to stand by them and make sure that they come back. That you don't do with the company. You just let it go. Okay, it's now you've seen it's not revivable. You cut your losses and you just run. Well, that's the difference between. Otherwise, everything else you said, absolutely right.
Agreed. Probably I've not crossed that or come into that state of mind, so I'm not able to think of that. But still, yes, you are right. Absolutely agree with you.
All right. We have already crossed the time. This panel was supposed to go on till 12 o'clock. So let me just take one last question. And this is a fairly broad question. But if you can just give very quick bullet points, I think Shardul will be very happy. He's asking that if an entrepreneur has multiple ideas, which one to pursue first? Is there a way to prioritize? It's a very dangerous question. Yeah,
market over ideas.
Market over ideas. All right.
Yeah, pick larger market than ideas. Ideas change. Ideas are actually 10 cents per idea.
So look at
markets.
Yeah,
market and timing the market, right? Like ability to time the market. It needs to be multi-billion-dollar market, and you should be timing it right.
Right.
So my logic here is bringing substantial value to customers and leveraging what is your starting capabilities, because that's also very important for you to be able to build a business in the beginning. As you grow, it might change, but in the beginning, these are the two things I would say.
Look at the market, look at the consumers and your starting capabilities as well.
Yeah.
All right. Pankaj?
Very simple. Idea should manifest into solving a real problem at scale. So you look at a problem, you find out, is it real or it is just your idea? You've been, it's a romantic idea of do things, or is it a real problem that you're solving? And if you're solving at scale, you should go after that idea. Rest everything is really a myth then you're chasing.
Right. So do you want to solve for one person or 1 billion people? Absolutely.
1 billion people, of course. That's the answer. A problem, a real problem, first of all. It should not be you should not be treating a symptom of a problem, because that's not really solving a problem. The problem will remain there. You need to go down to the root cause of the problem, solve it from there, and it must have a scale. So if you're solving a problem of pandemic, it's got a scale.
Absolutely. Yep. Vaibhav?
My thoughts are exactly what Pankaj said. I was about to say that if you're solving a real problem and it's scalable, has obviously, it would be only scalable if it has a big market. Market size also comes into this scalability thing. So solving a real problem, and if it's scalable to 1 billion people, or for that matter to 7 billion people, so that's the real problem you would be solving, and that's the real business where you would be making, or you would be creating some value to the people around. However, if you have 10 ideas and you have to choose one, so first you have to ask this question from yourself. The guy needs to ask this question of are these really ideas or thoughts? So the person has to differentiate the thoughts between the thought and the idea. So there's a whole process. Ajay would be able to do justice to this. So providing frameworks and all, key how to convert and how to differentiate between an idea and a thought. So that's my take is.
So like Zishan said, 10 cents a thought. So you keep thinking the entire day, but which one is it that you are really willing to convert and convert into something tangible? And clearly, the scalability aspect is down at the center, because perhaps in the digital space, at least, we are playing at a scale which is quite unprecedented. With a implemented idea, you can reach out to 1 billion people in India, 7 billion worldwide, and you don't really have to think of shipping or road or logistics or anything. A good idea, a good implementable company can really scale up very fast. So there is as long as you're solving some very key problem for a lot of people. Otherwise, your ideas can become viral for a day. It could be a very good social media campaign, but then it'll disappear as quickly. So thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, all of you, for coming here, spending your time, and sharing your ideas with participants of our executive postgraduate program, and a lot of people who are viewing this on YouTube Live. Uh, Thanks a lot, and I hope that this interaction continues. So we'd love to have you again on campus, either through Zoom or once the things become easier, then on physically on campus as well, for sharing these ideas again in the future. And clearly, the space is very different every day. So all the students and we at the faculty, we would be very happy to invite you again and share these ideas. Again, thanks a lot. Thanks for coming and spending your time with all of us. Thanks.
Thank you for inviting. Pleasure.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you. It was wonderful being here.
And nice meeting everybody here.
Same here. It was
Same here.
It was very important for me to be part of such a panel where I have more experienced people around. Thanks everybody. Thanks. A lot of takeaways for me as well from this session. Thank you. Thanks, Professor.
Thanks, Vaibhav. Bye. See ya. Chandra, you are there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah, Chandra.
Thank you everyone.
All right. Thanks. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay. So first of all, I would ask participant to please open their video as well. So now we are going to start this event. First of all, a very cheerful good morning, good afternoon to one and all present over here. I would like to welcome you to the final round of FE Penny, a business quiz from IIM Indore. We have Madam Shruti present here as our quiz master. Shruti has great experience in conducting quizzes and she has conducted many quizzes across India. Now I would like to introduce the participants. First, Mr. Pritam Upadhyaya. He is from Shailesh Ji Mehta School of Management. Mr. Nishant Kumar Satyam from IIM Indore. Mr. Sujit Ray from Sri Venkateshwara College, Delhi University. Mr. Aditya Pahad Singh from Sri Subramaniam Nadar College of Engineering. Mr. Vasu Golian from IIM Indore and Mr. Abhishek Patil from GBIS Mumbai. We all know that knowledge becomes power only when we put it some use into it. So let's honor our knowledge by answering some simple questions. Now, I would like to hand over the platform to Madam Shruti to take over as a quiz master. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining in and congratulations on making it to the finals. So let's get right to it. If possible, could all of you rename yourselves with numbers? I think that would make it easier and preferably in alphabetical order. So it's easier for us to score and get your scores right on pounds and things like that. So I'll be your quizmaster for the event and Advait will be taking care of the scores and the pounds questions. So if Aditya and then followed by Nishant, is Chandra also joining in? Chandra Prabodhan?
No, Chandra is not the participant.
Right. So if Aditya, Pritam, Aditya, Nishant, Pritam, Sujit, and then Vasu, if all of you can just rename yourselves. Advait, is this fine?
Yeah, this works.
Okay. Okay, so just give me a second, I'll share screen. We have one more person, Abhishek Patil.
Yeah, these are the 6 participants.
Abhishek, if you could just rename yourself, if all of you, I'm sorry, could rename yourselves from 1 to 6. Abhishek, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we were just trying to get everybody to rename themselves with numbers from 1 to 6, so we don't miss out on any scores alphabetically. So you'll be 1, Aditya will be 2, and so on.
Sure.
Is my screen visible to everyone? Okay, so I mean, if everybody's joined in, I think we can start, right? Ram, is that fine?
Just give me a minute. I will check. All the 6 participants are there.
Okay.
No, Abhishek is there. Okay. Nishant, Vasu, Suchi, Pritam, Aditya. Yes, we can start.
Okay. So let me just run you through the basic rules. We'll have 5 rounds. I mean, as long as time permits, if depending on that, we'll have an extra round if required. 10 points for directs, 5 points for passes. There are no negative marking. There's no negative marking for passes. We'll also have bounce so that if it's not your direct and you want to take a shot at the question, then you can bounce. How we'll go about this is whoever wants to bounce, raise your hand and I'll call out your names. If I've missed you, then you can unmute yourselves and then just tell me your name that you're bouncing for the question. And then just DM me in the chat whatever your answers are for that particular question. And if it's right, then you'll get points accordingly. So if there are any other rules specific to the rounds that we're going through, I'll let you guys know at that time. And obviously, please don't Google answers.
Just a query.
Yeah.
So the pound system, could you just explain again? Because I quite get it. So we have to raise hand and then only one person we called out. Is that how it works?
So as many people who are pouncing within the time that's given for pounds, when pounds is open, will be given points based on whether the answers are right or not. So if it's a direct question, for instance, to Abhishek, and maybe Pritam and Nishant also know the answer and they would like to pounce within the time frame that it's open, both of their answers will be considered.
Right. So where do we have to send the bounce answers?
Yeah, so just on your Zoom chat, just send me the answers for that particular question. Just put the question number and send me the. So any other questions or are we good? Got, okay, yeah, actually everybody can send me your like a test message. So I got one from Aditya. Works, got it from Abhishek. Okay, cool. Got it. So if I've missed it out, just feel free to unmute yourselves, but don't announce the answer, please. Make sure to DM that. So good luck. Let's get started. So going to round one will be dries. We'll go through the questions in the same order that you guys have numbered yourselves. Just a second. Moving on to question 1. Just give me a second. Yeah, so if the screen is visible to everybody, you should have a photograph there as well as the question. Name this book by Tony Hsieh. This is a question to Abhishek and the others, it's open for pounds. So Abhishek, would you like to take a shot? Closing pounds now. We've gotten answers from everybody, I think, more or less.
Yeah, should I go ahead?
Yeah.
This is delivering happiness.
Got it. So Advait, we have Nishant, Pritam, Aditya and Vasu, all of whom got the question, got the answer. Got it right.
I have one small query. The points for directs and pounds are the same, right?
Yeah. The difference is that on directs, you don't lose any marks for a wrong answer, so you can attempt it.
Right.
You don't lose any marks even on a pass. But if you pounce and you get it wrong, there's a negative of 5. Preetham, your hand is still raised. I'm assuming that's on the bounce. Advait, if you can confirm that you got the scores.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. If anybody else's name has been missed out since this is the first question, let me know. I think I got all of the people that bounced already. Cool. So this was in fact delivering happiness. Let's move on to the second question. So what company did John Bissell start in Connecticut with $20,000 that he inherited from his deceased grandmother? This is a question for Aditya and Preetham, Nishant are bouncing. Closing bounce now. Okay, Abhishek is the last bounce we'll consider. So 2, 3, 4, just a second. Got it. Aditya, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, so this is Fab India.
Yeah, this is Fab India, and Preetham, Nishant, Vasu, and Abhishek all get it right on bounce.
Sorry, Shruti, could you repeat who all got it?
Preetham, Nishant, Abhishek, and Vasu.
Shruti, one small query. Do we need to raise our hand or should I directly send a message? Like what should I prioritize?
So if you directly send the message, since I'm sharing the screen, it makes it a little difficult for me to keep track.
Sure.
So
All right.
here I can see you as well. So I'd say raise your hand also just to be safe. So yeah, the answer was Fab India. Moving on to question 3. Question 3, if I'm not mistaken, is to Nishant. The question is, 2 employees of which firm are the first to know the results when they're announced in the Oscars? And because it's a very easy question, I'll be closing bounce immediately. We'll have three answers on bounce. And Nishant, you are answering the question. So Vasu and Aditya, I'd say from next time, you'd have to be a little quicker because these are very simple tries. Preetham, all of you are bouncing. Nishant, if you can go ahead with the answer.
Yeah, so it's PwC.
That's correct, and everybody gets it right on bounce as well. Advait, so that's Preetham, Abhishek, Sujit, Aditya, and Abhishek who get it right. Just a second, I'll call out the names again. So Aditya, Sujit, Preetham, Vasu get it right on bounce.
Yeah, can you just start using the numbers instead? Just easier.
Yeah, so 6, 4, 5, 2. And it was Nishant's direct. Nishant as in number 3. So the answer is PwC. Moving on to question 4. These vehicles are basically high mobility multi-purpose field vehicles that were built for the US Army. But the civilian versions of these are more popular with celebrities like Arnold Schwarzenegger and MS Dhoni. So what vehicle is this? Closing bounce now. This was a direct to Preetham. Just a second. Advait, we have 1, 6, 3, and 2 who get it right on bounce. And Preetham, if you can go ahead with the answer.
The civilian versions of Humvees.
I'm sorry, your voice is breaking. Could you just repeat that?
Humvee, the civilian versions are called Hummers.
Yeah, the civilian versions are called Hummers. So Preetham, as well as the numbers that I called out just now, Advait, if you got it.
Yeah, I got it.
So moving on to the next one, question 5. When the creator of this anthropomorphic character couldn't get rights to the original, he changed the name to Topolino. Later, he was able to get the rights and use the original, but the name was kept the same. So how do we better know this character in the rest of the world? Quite a famous character, and I'll be closing bounce in 3, 2, 1. That's it. Okay, so 6, 4, 3, and 2. Abhishek, I won't be considering your answer because it was a little later than the rest. So 3, 4, 6 and 2 get it right on pounds. And this is the direct to number 5, right?
Yeah.
Sujit, yeah, if you can go ahead with your answer.
I'll get SpongeBob. I'll guess SpongeBob.
Okay, so passes to 6. Vasu, have you already pounced?
Yeah, I have pounced.
Cool. So passes again to Abhishek. You can take a shot now because I didn't consider your bounce.
Oh, this is Mickey Mouse.
Right. So it is Mickey Mouse. Abhishek gets it right on a pass, Advait. And 2, 3, 4, and 6 get it right on pounds. And Sujit gets it wrong on.
Just a query.
Yeah.
Since Abhishek got this right, so the next direct to me, or do we follow the original?
Your voice is breaking. Could you just repeat that?
Yeah, so I said since Abhishek, as in participant number 1, got it on the bounce, does the next direct question come to me, participant number 2, or does it carry on with the same order?
So we're not doing infinite bounce right now. We'll do that in subsequent rounds.
Okay.
Right now we're doing direct, so it continues in order. So next question will go to 6. It'll go to Vasu. Advait, you got the pounce right, so I'll move on.
Yeah.
Okay. So this was Mickey Mouse. We'll move on to the next question, the last question of the round. This will go to Vasu. So in mid-2018, Blank entered the list of companies considered a part of the Dow Jones average. In doing so, it kicked out GE, a company that has a long history of being on the list. So this made major headlines at the time. Fairly well-known company. Who was taking? Okay, so we have 4 and 1 on pounds, and I won't be considering any more pounces. Advait, 4 gets it right on pounds, 1 gets it wrong. Vasu, could we have your answer?
Guessing with Walgreens Boot Alliance.
Okay, so it is Walgreens. From the next round, I would prefer like whoever's getting the directs to maybe answer your questions first, and then we'll look at the bounces because we don't want you Googling the answer. So yeah, Vasu gets it right. 4 got it right, and I think 1 got it wrong. Advait, you're cool with the scores?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, so 1 gets it wrong, and
Okay.
4 gets it right on pounds. And
6 gets it right.
6 gets it right as
Yeah.
well on direct. So that brings us to the end of round 1. We'll quickly move on. The answer was in fact Walgreens. We'll move on to round 2. This will progress in pretty much the same way. The only difference is that it's going to be infinite bounds. So if somebody, say for instance, Abhishek is asked the question, he's unable to answer it, and Aditya also isn't able to answer it, and say Nishant answers it and gets it right, the next question goes to Preetham on infinite bounds. So, but we'll have the same number of questions, and yeah. So Advait, are we cool? Shall I go ahead?
Pounce is also still there, right?
I'm sorry?
Pouncing still there.
Yeah, pounds still applies. Passes, you still get 5 points on the passes. It's just that the next question goes to the person who's immediately after the one who answered it right. That's all. So this is just adding an element that in case you want to take a shot at it and you feel like you'll miss out, you might want to go for the pounds instead. So moving on. This is question number 8, and we'll stick with the same order. So Abhishek, this is your question. The predecessors of this company were both from the city of Basel. One of them was the cause for what was called the Rhine River disaster. So this basically caused a lot of chemicals to be spilled into the river Rhine, turning it red and causing a huge harm to the biodiversity of the area. In the aftermath, there were several specialty divisions that were spun off from this, and they merged their core business with other firms to create the current entity. So what we're looking for is the name of the current entity. So the Rhine River disaster should give you some clue as to what we're talking about. And I'll close pounds in 3, 2, 1. We have only 1 pounds from Preetham. So Abhishek, you have an answer on this?
Is this Sandoz?
So that's a good guess, but we're looking for the name of the current entity.
I've read the case about Sandoz, as is I don't know the current name.
Okay, so I mean, that's a good guess, but we won't have part points for this because it's passing. So a good try. Aditya?
Can I get another?
No, you don't. Because everybody else is there on pass too. So, and Preetham has already bounced and got it right. So, Aditya, would you like to take a guess?
Yeah, I'll just guess. Is it Bayer?
No, again, a good guess based on the geography, but no, it's not Bayer.
Yeah, it's my turn, right?
Yeah.
It's Novartis.
Right. So Nishant gets it right. It is in fact Novartis. That's 5 points to number 3 and 4 points to number 4, Advait. And yeah. Next question goes.
Where do I get 4?
No, you're just number 4. You got the answer right. You will be getting 10 points. So Preetham, it's your question next. Since Nishant got it right. This is in fact Novartis. Sandoz was what it was called earlier. There were a lot of mergers and things like that happened. Now the current name is Novartis. So Preetham, your question is, Kaientai was a corporation that existed during the Tokugawa shogunate. It was known to be far ahead of its time. There's a corporation that exists currently that takes its logo from their flag. So you need to identify the current corporation. Closing pounds in 3, 2, 1. We have 2 bounces. That's all I'll be considering. One from number 6 and one from number 3. Both of whom get it right. Preetham, do you have an answer?
Yeah, soft bank.
I'm sorry?
Soft bank.
Yeah, so Preetham gets it right, Advait. And we also have number 6 and number 3 who get it on pounds. So yeah, this is SoftBank. Brownie points, no actual points, but could you tell me what the logo looks like? Just so we know you haven't Googled it. Preetham, it was your direct.
So bars, right? Like 3 bars of.
Yeah, correct. So it looks almost like an equal to sign. So moving on, next question. Just a second. So this question goes to number 5. Sujit, you're there, right? If you're able to see my screen, there's a picture on it. So you just need to identify who was the person who founded the lifestyle and apparel brand. Closing pounds in 3, 2, 1, done. Won't be taking any more bounces, guys. Nishant won't be considering your pounds. It was a little later than the rest. Advait, 6, 1 and 3 get it. Sorry, 6, 1 and 4 get it right on pounds. And Sujit,
could you say that again? 6, 1 and?
6, 1 and just a sec. 6, 1 and 4.
Yeah.
Sujit, your answer?
I'll go with Victoria Beckham.
Again, good guess, but it's not Victoria Beckham. Moving to Vasu. Wait, Vasu, I think pounds, right? Just a sec. I think 1 also pounced, so goes to 2. Who's on 2? Aditya?
Yeah, is it Madonna?
Your voice keeps breaking, but could you just repeat that again?
Madonna.
Yeah.
Madonna.
Correct. So the answer is Madonna. Aditya gets it right. Advait, number 2 gets 5 on pass. You're cool with the pounds, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Wait,
so
did you say 5 only on bounce?
no. 5 didn't get it right.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah. So 2 gets it right on the bounce, and the others get it right on bounce. The ones that I called out. Cool. So this is Madonna. Moving to the next question. I think Aditya got it right. So the question's to Nishant, right? Yeah. So question number 11. Pininfarina SPA is an Italian car design firm and it's a coach builder. It's worked with a lot of luxury brands. Which group now owns the majority? Again, major news headlines. I'll be closing pounds now. Abhishek, Preetham, Aditya only.
Yeah, I also. Sorry, my hand was raised from the previous answer. I don't have a concrete.
You don't have a bounce? Okay, sorry. My bad.
I pounced. Team 6 has pounced as well.
Yeah.
Cool. So I'll consider 4, 2, 5, and 6 on pounds. And direct was to Nishant. So Nishant, if you can go ahead with your answer.
So it's Mahindra Group.
Yeah, so Nishant gets it right. And so Advait, number 3, 4, 2, 5, and 6 get it right. Are we cool? Shall I move on?
Yeah.
Cool. So moving to the next question, this will be Preetham's direct, I guess. When the Notre Dame in Paris burned down, a company gave away a particular product for free because it had a very accurate replica of Notre Dame inside it. And this was a software product. So ID that, and I'll be closing pounds right now. Okay, so 3, 2, 6, 5 get it right on pounds, Advait.
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, just a sec. 3, 2.
Okay.
6 and 5 get it right on pounds. And Preetham, it was your direct, so.
Yeah, this is Assassin's.
Yeah, this was Assassin's Creed. So 10 points for Preetham as well. Just a second. So number 5, Sujit, it's your question now. This coin was sent to space recently, and because of a pun on a famous work of the person who was involved. And so who's been featured on the coin? Closing pounds now. Guys, stop bouncing. If you got it, you got it. 2 and 4 get it right on pounds. And Sujit, it's your question.
I'll guess this is Elton John, Rocket Man, so like rocket.
Again, good try, but that's not what we were looking for. Quest passes to Vasu. Did you answer on pounds?
No, I did not. So can I see?
Yep.
There are no negatives on pounds, right?
There are no negatives on bounce.
Yeah, so I'll go with David Bowie.
Yeah. So the answer is David Bowie. And Advait, 2 and 4 got it right on pounds. Guys, because I'm closing pounds really quick because a lot of these questions are very small, you can do away with the raising hand thing. I'll call out all the chats that I get on with the pounces. If I miss out anybody, just let me know. Just unmute yourselves. But I'll be closing it. I'll be saying that I'll be closing it in 3, 2, 1. So you'll have ample time if you want to bounce. So this is David Bowie. Next question goes to Abhishek. So Luxury during its acquisition was the biggest startup acquisition in Ukraine's history. What did they help create? We'll give you a second to bounce. Closing pounds now. The guys who bounced, could you be a little bit more specific? So I'll be considering 3, 6, and 2 on pounds. And you guys have to be a little specific. Okay, Got it. Question was the direct to Abhishek.
Are these AR Snapchat filters?
Yeah, so that's more or less what we were looking for. Did I miss out real time phase transfer more specific? Yeah, more or less that's what we were looking for. Abhishek gets it right. We were actually looking for Snapchat lenses, but fine, we'll consider your answers. Moving on to the next question, that will go to Aditya.
Shruti, could you tell me who all got it?
The pounds? Yeah. Just a sec. So it's 3, 6, and 2 who get it right on pounds. And 1 gets it right on direct. Shall I move on?
Yeah.
Cool. So just a second, guys. Yeah, so we're moving on to the next round here. This will be a more pictorial oriented round. Please don't use Google Lenses. Let's maintain integrity even though this is on Zoom. We'll start again with Abhishek. There will be no infinite bounds in this. So the round progresses normally. If, say for instance, Preetham answers it on pass, the next question still goes to the person who was in order, right?
I have a question. So this is not a long visual connect. This will be a question based on an image, right?
Yeah. There's no connect. It's just based on a question, on an image. So we'll start with Abhishek again. My screen is visible to everyone, I'm assuming. Cool. So closing pounds right away because the question's pretty self-explanatory. You have a minute to pounce. Got it. So we have, guys, Nishant won't be considering yours. Yours came in a little late. 4, 6, 2, get it right on pounds. Abhishek, your answer?
Going by 2 minutes on the color scheme, Maggie.
Yeah, so this is Maggie. Fairly simple question. Moving on to question 2, that will go to Aditya. So which company's iconic ad is this? Closing pounds in 3, 2, 1. We have only 1 pounds from Preetham. Number 4. Aditya, would you like to go ahead? I'm sorry?
Absolute, the alcohol. Absolute.
Yeah, so I'm assuming you said absolute. So yeah, this is absolute. 4 gets it right on pounds, Advait, and 2 gets it right on direct. Shall I move ahead?
Yeah, good.
Cool. So this goes to Nishant. Which company's ad is this? Just look at the image carefully. It should give you an idea. Closing pounds now. So I'll be considering 5, 4, and 2. No other answers.
I had said it earlier as well.
So sorry, just a second. Okay. 1, 5, 4, 2. Vasu, yours came in too late. 1, 5, 4, 2 on pounds. And this was Nishant's direct.
Durex engines. Yeah, so can I go ahead?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
It's Durex.
Yeah, that's right. This is Durex. Vasu, you also got it right, but answer was a little late. Advait, 1, 5, 4, 2 on pounds, 3 on direct.
Yeah.
Okay. So moving on to the next one, this will go to Preetham again. Which company's ad is this? I'll give you a bigger picture. Closing pounds. Leave it open for a second. Closing pounds now. We have only 1 pounds. That's okay. We'll take 2. 2 and 6 on pounds. Advait, they get it right. And this was a direct to Preetham. Preetham, can you go ahead?
Pirelli tires.
Yeah. So this is Pirelli tires. Advait, 4, 2, and 6.
Yeah, got it.
Got it. Cool. So moving on. Question to Sujit. This is a national airlines marketing. This was an ad campaign. So just tell us who this was. It's the national airlines of a company. We'll stop bounce now. 3, 1, and just a second. 6, 4, 3, and 1 get it on bounce. Aditya, yours was a little late.
Could you repeat that?
Yeah. 3, 4, 6, and 1 get it right on bounce. And I think this is Sujit's direct. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. Should I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to guess this is the Belgian national airline.
Yeah, so okay, we'll give you points for that. This is basically Brussels Airlines, and that's Tintin, so I'm assuming that's how you got the crack. Next question goes to Vasu. Just a second. So there's an iconic artwork done by somebody that was shredded as part of the act, and it's now being represented in this ad. What are we talking about? If not the name of the artwork, you can give me funda and I'll give you points for that. Closing pounds now. Sujit and Aditya, your answers came in a little late. 4, 1, get it right on bounce. Advait, repeating that again. 4 and 1, get it right on bounce.
Yeah.
This was direct to Vasu, I think, right?
Yeah, so this is the reference to Banksy's girl with the balloon being shredded right after it was sold at the auction.
Correct. So that's Vasu gets it right as well. A bonus question will give you, it's only open on bounce. First person to get it right gets it. Okay, so the first bounce I had was from Abhishek. So Abhishek gets an extra 10 points.
I mean, if you're doing this first strike thing, then maybe announce it a little earlier.
Cool. How about we give everybody points, whoever bounced on this?
Yeah, could you repeat who all?
Yeah. 1, 2, 4, 6, 3. Get it right on bounce.
Is this the end of this pictorial round?
It's the end of the pictorial round.
Can we have a score check now, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, could you just give a countdown before you close the bounce? Like for the Banksy question, you changed the question and said like the artist is also acceptable, and then like you close the bounce right away. Like it takes a second or two at least. Just if for
so
3 second
you don't
countdown.
have to. Yeah, got it. But you don't have to give me the answer immediately. If you just type bounce or just type something into your chat and then type in the answer, that also works. I just need to know that you're bouncing on the question. You don't have to type out the entire funda. First, you can just say bounce and then type out your answer. It's fine. Otherwise, just raise your hand or just unmute yourself and say that you're bouncing. Anything works. And I mean, for that particular question, there were other people who answered with funda as well, and they answered slightly before. So naturally, they'd get the points. Advait, are you clear with the scores?
Just one clarification. Could you go back to question 7? I don't seem to have any record of what happened in that question.
We passed question 7. We didn't have question 7.
Yeah, okay, fine. So team number 1 is on 105. Team number 2 is on 140. Team number 3 on 130. Team number 4 on 190. Team number 5 on 50. And team 6 on 170. Is that fine? Does that work for everyone? If anyone else has been keeping their own scores.
Okay, so we'll continue with these scores for now. Moving on. We'll do infinite bounce again for this round. Same rules as earlier applied. So if anybody has a confusion, let me know. We can start from Vasu this time because we've gone 3 rounds in the opposite direction. So we'll go 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. And the idea remains the same though. If whoever gets it right, the next person gets a direct to them. So if everybody's clear, we'll move on. And again, just reiterating on pounce, you just have to let me know that you're pouncing for the question. When I close pounce, after that, send me your answer and I'll consider it. If it comes in a couple of minutes later after you've said pounce, then that won't be considered. So sorry, just a second. I'm sorry, did the answer for this question, was it visible? Hoping it wasn't.
No.
Cool. So this is Vasu's question. This is a 2020 iteration of a famous traditional Christmas tree, but it was by a particular brand or a company. So give us that name and we'll close pounce in 3, 2, 1. We have one answer on pounce, that's 2. Who gets it right? Vasu, your answer?
So I'm going with the Claridge Hotel at London.
Got it. So Vasu gets it right. And we also had Aditya bouncing. So both of them get it right. Next question goes to Sujit. Just a second. So this is Scan the Pony, and let us know which entity collaborated with Snapchat on this. Closing pounce in 3, 2, 1. We have 6. Just a second, guys. 6, 4, 3, and 1 on pounce. All of whom get it right. Sujit, you're direct.
Yeah, I'll go with US Polo Association.
Good guess, but it's not US Polo. Moving on to 4, did you pounce? I don't see. Yeah, 4 pounced. 3 also pounced. I think 2 hasn't pounced, right?
Comes to 2, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So this is Ralph Lauren.
Cool. So it is Ralph Lauren. 2 gets it right on pass, which is 5 points. And Advait, you're cool on the pounce, right?
No, could you repeat that? Who all bounced?
Yeah. So 6, 3, 4, and 1.
Also, did you say 5 points for the past questions?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. And like who all bounced?
6, 3, 4, and 1.
Yeah, okay, got it.
And 2 gets it right on the bounce. So next question goes to Abhishek. Just a second, guys. So Highlight the Remarkable is a campaign encouraging the viewer to recognize underappreciated women throughout history. Whose campaign is this? Closing pounce in 3, 2, 1. I'll be considering pounds from 3, 2, 6, and 4.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is this 3M by any chance?
It's not. We'll pass you. 6 has pounced, right? 6, 5. Just a second. Sujit, did you pounce? I don't think so.
No, I didn't. No.
Yeah. So you can go ahead.
I'll go with Bic.
Passing you also. Preetham, I'm assuming, has also pounced. Just a sec. Yeah. So I think remaining people have all pounced, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool. So we'll close it here because there's no point in moving on beyond that. So Advait, 2, 6, 3, and 4 get it right on pounce. Would anybody like to take a guess now? Any of the others? I mean, not for points. Sujit or Abhishek, anybody else? You're on the right track. Just got the brand wrong.
Faber-Castell.
Again, good guess, but that's not the answer. The answer is Stabilo. So who was the last person to answer? I think, was it Abhishek's?
Someone answered Bic after me.
Yeah, Bic was wrong though, so it will be your direct again. So which company's claim is this? Closing pounds in 3, 2, 1. Oh my god.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Just a second, just seeing who all have bounced like mad. Everybody's copied and kept their bounce things ready so that they can. Okay, nice. I'm assuming everybody gets it right. 5, 3, 4. That's it. 5, 3, and 4 bounced. And 2 bounced as well. So 5, 3, and 4 get it right. 2 gets it wrong on pounds. And Abhishek, you can go ahead with the answer.
Yeah, my best probably guess is Carlsberg.
Cool. So this is Carlsberg. And next, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Team 6 also bounced. You didn't say if it was
Did I
correct
not
or wrong.
Did I not read out your name? Okay, sorry. 3, 5, 6, 4 get it right on pounds. And 2 gets it wrong. And also 1 got it right on direct. Advait,
Yeah,
right?
got it.
So this was Carlsberg. Moving on to the next question. This will go to, you're going 6 to 1, right? So this will again go back to Vasu only. So this was a dish which was served as a special tribute, served by Deliveroo, and these are the things it was made out of: lady fingers, sautéed beef with peas and onions, closing pounds now. We have, wow, okay, just a second. We have 5, 4, 3 on pounds, 5, 4, 2, and 3 on pounds. So whose direct was this again? I'm so sorry.
Team 6.
Vasu, yours, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is a tribute to Rachel's meat trifle from Friends.
Yeah, this is that. The 3-layer trifle with the pages stuck together, which is why she included beef in her dessert. So Advait, I'll just read out the pounds again. Vasu gets it right. So 6 gets it right on direct. 3, 2, 4, and 5 get it right on pounds.
Yeah.
Cool. Moving on. This is a direct to Sujit. This is a store in NYC which was put up as a marketing gimmick to make fun of another clothing company. So, which is the company that set up this store, which was selling these kind of jeans products? Closing pounds in 3, 2, 1. I'll be considering pounds from 6, 4, 6 and 4 only. And Vasu, need your answer ASAP. This was a direct to Sujit. Sujit, can you go ahead?
I'll guess Levi's.
Good guess, but the answer is a lot more in your face than that. So, Preetham pounced. We'll move to 3.
Hello.
Nishant?
Yeah, it's my turn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, is it diesel?
Yeah, so it is diesel. Anybody who got the answer right on pounds, would you like to explain why? Vasu, go ahead.
So they put up this fraudulent store to show the impact of false clothing, but later on they announced that all of the clothing was actually real in the store.
Correct. So 6 and 4 get it right on pounds, Advait, and Nishant gets it right on the bounds. Also, quickly to
who's direct is it next?
it'll be your direct. Advait, you got the scores right?
Yeah.
This was Diesel. Moving on to this question to Aditya. There's a company that got a bunch of US team ka synchronized swimmers to perform in this multicolored tank full of water. Which company was this? Closing bounds now. Got 2 bounces from 4 and 5, so I'm closing it with that.
1 as well.
1 didn't get you. 1 sec. Yeah. 1, 5, and 4. Who is direct? Who's this? Aditya, go ahead.
Yeah, there's Epson printers.
Yeah, so Aditya gets it right. And Advait, we have 4 and 1 who get it right on pounds. 5 gets it wrong. And the next question goes to Abhishek again. Well, I think we're moving on to the next round. Just a sec. Yep. So that's the end of that round.
Can we have a score check, please, before the last round?
We will share the score means afterward. Okay. We will declare the winner in the evening. Okay. So now just you carry on.
Okay. So
just a score check before the final round. I think it's standard practice.
It helps us like strategize accordingly.
Yeah. Correct.
So Ram, if we can, we'll probably just have a round of just tell them their scores. I'm pretty sure most of them are keeping track anyway. So.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, so team 1 is on 135. Team 2 and team 3 are both on 180. Team 4 is at 250. Team 5 is at 65. And team 6 is at 230.
2 and 3 at 180, right?
Yeah.
Team 5 should be at 75. Could you just check that? Or if someone else can clarify?
I think you got a negative.
I got a -5, right? That's what I'm saying. I should have 75.
Okay.
Just a second. Advait, can you check that?
Oh, yeah. I think that's correct. My bad.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Cool. So moving on to the last round, this will be Rise again. And
many questions. You said 13. So.
I'm sorry?
Didn't you say 30 questions at the starting?
I didn't mention the number of questions. I just said we'll have 5 rounds. So with this round, we'll just have a normal round of Dries. We'll go again in the order of 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pounds is still open. Passes are also still open. So 5 on a pounds, 10 on a pounds, -5 for wrong answers on pounds, 5 for a pass, no infinite bounds. So the order remains the same. If you have any doubts, let me know. And so far the pouncing seems to be working fine. If anybody has any
issues. So it's six questions, right?
This will be 1 question per team. If there are any bonus, 1 question per person. If there are any bonus points or any bonus questions, I'll let you know. So it's just +10 for right answers. So we'll start with Vasu again. Here's your first question. Wrexham AFC is the oldest football club in Wales. Till 2020, it was supporter-owned. Recently, a celebrity injected money into it and became a part owner, who was a celebrity. Closing pounds now. So we'll have 3, 4. Good Lord, just a second. 3, 4, 1, and 5. 3, 4, 1, 5, 2. All who get it right on pounds. And Vasu, go ahead.
Is it Ryan Reynolds?
Yeah, it's Ryan Reynolds. Unlikely, but he was the one who.
Just curious, would you have given it for Rob McElhenney?
I'm sorry?
Would you have given the answer for Rob McElhenney? He was also part owner. He's also a celebrity, so. And he co-owns the team.
No, looking for recent news. Not.
Oh, I mean, he bought the team along with Ryan Reynolds at the same time, and he's also a pretty famous celebrity.
Is that
he's
what
an actor
you?
And...
So nay. I mean, we would have considered
I entered
that.
Ryan Reynolds. I just wanted to know if you.
I know. I saw your answer first, but yeah, I mean, we would have considered it if one of you had answered with that as well. This would have been the more obvious answer, though. That's a little niche. So, next question goes to Sujit. So this is a phenomenon where women are more likely to be hired for leadership positions when there are times of crisis rather than otherwise. So what phenomenon am I referring to? Closing pounds now. We'll consider 6, 3, and 2 on pounds. Won't be considering anybody else. Sujit, your direct.
Yeah, this is the glass cliff.
Yeah. So Advait, points for 5, 6, 3, and 2. Should I move ahead? Advait, you got the pounds, right?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Good. So this is the glass cliff, sort of opposite to the glass ceiling. Next question goes to Preetham. Which company owns Pedigree? Closing pounds in 3, 2, 1. We'll be considering 5, 6, 2, 1 on pounds.
Excuse me, even 3 pounds. Like I texted that.
Sorry, did I miss you?
Like
Yeah. 5, 6, 3, 1, 2. So everybody else. Preetham, your answer.
Mars.
Yep, this is Mars. Next question goes to Nishant. Advait, everybody gets it right. 10 points for everyone. Cool. So which football club's management would you associate this Thai gentleman with? He's also the chairman of King Power. Closing pounds now. So I'll consider 2, 5, 1, and 6. 3, this is your direct.
What? I sent the entire answer.
Acha, yes, sorry. 4, 5, 2, 1, and 6. Preetham, no need to worry. We'll get your answer if it's there. We know you know the answer. Don't freak out. 3, can you go ahead?
Yeah, so it's Leicester City.
I'm sorry?
It's Leicester City.
Yeah, it is Leicester City.
Is 3 taking the quiz alone? This is the second time there's been an echo in the room with someone else giving the answer.
3, could you unmute and tell us what's going on?
Yeah, I can show you the room if you want a 360-degree thing.
Yeah, it need not be just in the room, no? I mean,
like
how it's the second time it's happening. I can understand once if it happens. Right? 2 times fake other voices from your room and there's no one.
It might just be echo, right? Just me in the room I showed you.
3, if you're on a video call or something like that with somebody else, we might not consider your answers. So
I'm not like, how do I show you? Like I can share my screen and all if you want, but
okay. So I mean, I just say that if you have or rather if there's no noise, background noise, maybe you can keep yourself unmuted.
Sure.
Just for a round, because everybody else seems to have a problem.
Sure.
Guys, for the next question, Nishant's going to be unmuted. So if you hear something wrong or I miss out your pounds, I mean, you asked for this. Next question goes to Aditya, if I'm not mistaken. Which company's name was coined from the 2 kanji characters that mean sun and rise? Closing pounds in 3, 2, 1. I have 1 pounds from 6 and one from 1. And I won't be taking any other bounds.
Yeah. Can I go for the answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it Hitachi? I'll go Hitachi.
Yeah, this is Hitachi, and we have 6 who gets it right on pounds, Advait, and 1 gets it wrong. Moving on.
Sorry, who answered on direct?
2 answered on direct. 6
Yeah.
gets it right on pounds. 1 gets it wrong. We'll move to the next question now. This is for Abhishek. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Yeah. Mark and Jonathan co-founded this company in 1995. Serves clients worldwide. Has 200 million in assets. What was the company? Closing in 3, 2, 1.
Should I go ahead?
Yeah, I have a pounds from 2 and nobody else. And this was Abhishek's direct, so go ahead.
Shot in the dark, WPP?
No, we'll pass you and move to Vasu.
Going with a guess with Getty Images.
Yeah, so you should have gotten it from the photo. It is Getty Images. And we have 2. Aditya gets it right on pounds. Advait 6 gets it right on pass, 2 gets it right on pounds, and nobody else.
Yeah.
Cool. So, just a second. Nishant, I'd prefer if you stay unmuted for the rest of the.
Yeah, it is unmuted.
Yeah. Just saying. So this is a question to Sujit. Which company's ad is this? Again, pretty simple. We'll be closing pounds in 3, 2, 1. Half pounds from 2, 1, 4, and 6. Need your answers immediately, whoever bounced with random. Okay, so 2, 1, 4, 6. Get it right on pounds. And Sujit, you can go ahead.
I'm going to guess Penguin Audiobooks.
Penguin okay, Penguin Audiobooks. No, passing you. Nishant, would you like to take a guess?
Yeah, is it Bose?
Yeah, this is in fact Bose. So 3 gets it right on pass, and apart from 5, everybody else gets it right on pounds. And that brings us to the end of this round as well. We'll do some questions. Ram, if you're okay on time, we can probably have another small quick round of questions which will just be open on pounds. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. We can go with.
Just another event right now. So I mean.
I'm sorry.
And I have another event that I have to attend. It starts at 3, so it's already probably still going on. So
okay,
end here if that's fine.
Cool. Then I think we can close here. Either way works. If anybody else has any issues.
Like, why can't we have another one? Like, if time allows.
Wasn't the event scheduled till 3:30?
Was scheduled till 3:30, but this would count as a bonus round.
We've had the 5 rounds of regulation, right?
So if everyone agrees, then we can take a vote, right?
Everyone doesn't agree because I literally said I wouldn't be available, buddy.
No, everyone, as in out of 6, out of the 12 people, we are there. If the majority.
So Aditya, the round was scheduled from 2 to 3:30, and considering that it's just 3, 5.
True, I understand, but the PowerPoint that you said there are 5 regulation rounds, and I have attended all 5, right? So I mean, it should be fair that I should be allowed to leave.
You can have other rounds.
Listen, Quizmaster's discretion completely. So if I decide to have another round, it's up to me. We'll not have any questioning the Quizmaster during the course of this.
Yeah, and actually, Aditya, we have allotted 3:30 time for the quiz.
Sure. All right. As the Quizmaster.
So Aditya, if you would like to participate, you can continue. Otherwise, you can drop off the call, depending on whatever is convenient for you. Cool. So moving on to the next question.
Can you give me just 1 second? Then I'll call the other organizers and let them know I'll be a bit late.
Cool.
Just give me just 1 minute.
Sure.
Yeah, we can go ahead. Thank you. Thank you for waiting.
Cool. So if everybody else is back as well, just a sec, doing a quick check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. So everyone's there. Guys, rules are on the screen. We'll have the round only on pounds. We will have 5 questions open to everybody. I'll open the question, and depending on how easy the question is and how quickly you guys are bouncing, I'll close pounds according to that. You get +20 for a right answer and a -20 for a wrong answer. And it's open to everybody, so there's no order and no other rules. Is everybody okay? Can we go ahead? Cool. So same rules for bounce apply as earlier. If you send me brackets and numbers saying that you're bouncing, then please send in your answers also immediately. So moving on to the question. Advait, are you ready?
Yeah.
So this is the next question. Which brand changed its iconic logo to the dog Gromit in 2007? This was for 3 months, and it was for a particular campaign, basically to promote children's content in stores. So give me the name. I'll be closing pounds in 3, 2, 1. We have, wow, just a second. We have 2, 4, 3, 6, and 1 on pounds. Have I missed out anybody who pounced and I haven't called out your name? Cool. So 2, 4, 3, and 6 is what I can see from the bounces here. 3 gets it right, Advait. 1 gets it wrong. 2 gets it right. 4 gets it right. And 6 gets it right.
Yeah.
Cool. 3 gets it right. 1 gets it wrong. 2 gets it right. 4 gets it right.
Got it. Yeah.
Got it. Cool. So guys, be a little careful. Whoever's, I'm sure you've done your scores. Whoever's in the lead, please don't take risks or whatever. The answer to this is, let's see. Vasu, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, so the answer was the company HMV. They replaced their original logo. I guess it was called Nipper, and they replaced it with Gromit in 2007.
Cool. So that is the answer, and they did in fact replace Nipper with Gromit. So next question coming up for pounds. Closing pounds in 3, 2, 1.
We just got the question.
Second,
there's a lag.
The question.
Got it. So I'll give you another couple of seconds. What we're looking for is the brand here. Closing pounds now. Closing pounds now. Whoever hasn't pounced, please don't pounce. Whoever has already pounced, please send me your answers. 5, 4, 5, 4, 2, and 1, and 6. I can see you guys have pounced. So apart from 4, Preetham, you sent in your second answer a little late. So I'll be going with whatever was your first answer. You can't pounce with 2 different answers.
But see, I mean, the question is a little vague, right? This is also there in the film. It's a prominent part of
Wilson.
Yeah, I can argue.
Yeah, I was going to ask that as well. Because it's subjective, right?
Who all pounced with Wilson?
No, whatever people pounced with shouldn't decide.
Who all pounced with Wilson? Just tell me who all pounced with Wilson.
I pounced with both.
Yeah, you pounced with both at the same time. Anybody else who first pounced with Wilson and then 1 minute later sent me FedEx? So whoever's pounced immediately with both the answers gets it. Preetham, I can't consider yours because you've taken almost an entire minute. Since this is an online quiz, this happens. I'm sorry, sometimes you have to deal with the situation. If you'd bounced immediately, it wouldn't have been a problem. The answer is FedEx. We were looking for FedEx. Could have considered Wilson if you had bounced with that initially, but you didn't. So everybody else gets points. Advait, I'll read out who else.
No, I did bounce with Wilson initially, right?
You sent me pounds, after which you sent me the answer as Wilson. You sent me FedEx 1 minute later. Since all of us were jumping on Nishant for resorting to unscrupulous tactics, I'm not going to consider that answer. Again, sorry, discretion.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. So 6, 2, 1, and 5 get it right on pounds, and 4 gets it wrong, Advait. We move on.
Can you not give me a -20 at least, because I was not wrong, right? You're penalizing me on time, not on.
It's not that you took extra time to type out the answer. It's that you took a minute longer to pounds. We were not looking for that answer.
Wait. No, sorry. Can you literally listen to what you said? It's not that you took extra time and you said a minute. Isn't time a minute?
Okay, so if you were confused between the two answers, maybe you shouldn't have bounced, right? If the question was vague.
No, see, I mean, Wilson is not a wrong answer as such. I'm okay with you not giving me +20 because FedEx is late. That's fine. Why are you penalizing me on something that's not a wrong answer?
Anybody else who has issues with?
Because look at what Sujit said. He pounced with both because again he said he was unsure, right? Abhishek had the same doubt.
He answered with both, right? If he was unsure on the pounds and he felt
both. Why are you giving me a -20 is my question. I'm okay with you not giving me a +20. That's been resolved. I'm not again.
Okay, if I had said, Preetham, just a second, if I had said that I require 2 brands that had both
I would have pounced with both.
Represented. Okay, cool. So now we have to take your word for it, right?
Yeah, hi Preetham, please don't get very agitated. Okay.
So we'll do one thing for this question, because if everybody feels that it's fair, we'll remove next for this question. So all of you pounced on it anyway. Preetham, you don't get next for answering Wilson.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that fine? Is that acceptable to everybody?
But I don't understand why, wasn't the rule clearly written that a wrong answer gives you -20? So why are you making questions?
Right, because it's not a wrong answer. Wilson is also technically acceptable. We would have gone with whatever was most acceptable. So it's fine. I'll accept that we don't give him next for this question. There were other people who answered with Wilson as well, and we considered their answers, so it's fine. Preetham, is that acceptable? I mean,
yeah, that's fine.
You okay? Yeah. Please don't get agitated. It's just a quiz. Answer was FedEx. We would have also accepted Wilson, which we did. Moving on to the next question. TJ is a brand that was established in 1961. These are the different things that it basically brands with the help of i-mbibe. What does TJ stand for? Closing pounds in 3, 2, 1. We have 4, 2, and 5 on pounds. Won't be accepting anything else. Four, 2, and 5 only. Abhishek won't be considering your answer, and also no next. So anybody else? Abhishek, since I'm sorry, you bounced a little late. Would you like to go ahead with the answer?
Oh, this is Tihar Jail, made by the inmates at Tihar Jail.
Correct. So this is Tihar Jail, and Advait, just a second, read out the ones who got it right on pounds. Just a sec. Five, 2, and 4 get it right on pounds.
Yeah, okay.
Moving to the next question. So this was a company that was responsible for this Real Beauty campaign, and a forensic artist was supposed to make 2 sketches, one of somebody's perception of themselves versus what other people perceive them to be. So which company or which brand was this that used this in their campaign? Closing pounds in 3, 2, 1. We have pounces from 4, 6, 3, 1, and 2. All of you get it right. Sujit, would you like to hazard a guess?
My guess was Dove.
Okay, so you should have gone ahead with it because the answer was Dove. And everybody else, Advait gets it right on pounds.
Yeah.
Good. So coming to the last question. Sorry, not the last question. We'll do another question after this. Paddy Power is Ireland's largest telephone betting service. In 2016, as a publicity stunt, when a particular politician arrived in Glasgow, they sent a Mexican band called One Direction to serenade him. So who was this politician? Closing pounds in 3, 2, 1. Got bounces from 4, 2, 1, and 3. And 6. 4, 2, 1, 3, and 6. Sujit, would you like to hazard a guess again?
No, I don't really have a guess for this yet.
Okay. So, Advait, 4, 2, 1. 4, 2, 1 get it right on pounds. 3 and 6 get it wrong. Abhishek, would you give us the funda?
This is Trump would gone to Scotland for one of the events. I can't recollect which one. But it's obviously Donald Trump.
Yeah. So the Mexican thing was a reference to the whole Mexican Wall fiasco. Advait, 4, 2, and 1 get it right. 3 and 6 get it wrong. And I'll move on now. So the last question is, which company was basically responsible for this marketing strategy? Just take a good look at the bottle, at the image, should give you an answer directly. We're looking for a company.
Clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So do you want a category of companies or do you want one single company?
No, it's a very straightforward question. Just look at the picture, it will give you the answer. It's basically a company that was responsible for making hand sanitizers during COVID. The answer is in the question. Closing pounds right now. I'll consider pounds from 1 to 6.
I also sent that text before.
Okay, I'll consider 1, 2, 6, and 3. Nishant, yours came in with a different name. I think you got renamed or something. So 1, 2, 6, and 3. 3, 6, 2, and 3, 6, 2 get it wrong. 1 gets it right. Would somebody like to explain?
Should I?
Yeah.
So these were both alcohol companies. I'm not sure if Absolute is owned by AB&B, but the other bottle clearly mentioned Anheuser-Busch. So
Correct.
AB&B from that.
Got it. So like I said, the answer was in the question. The answer we were looking for was AB, and I think the rest of you answered Diageo, so we won't be considering that. So Advait, I'm assuming you have the scores. Should I read out again who answered it?
Yeah. Just
it right? Yeah. So 1 gets it right, 2, 6, and 3 get it wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. So guys, that brings us to the end of the quiz. Thanks a lot for joining in, and sorry for any issues that you might have faced during the quiz. It tends to happen when things are done online. So thanks for joining in. Ram, you can take over.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank Shruti for being a great quiz master today. And I would also like to thank all the participants for being fair on their side and participating in this quiz Epiphany. The winner of this quiz will be announced on near about 4 p.m. in the valedictory session. and you already have the Zoom link for it. So all the participants can join the same link, as well as they can continue this link to in a as a part of the Prabodhan event. Okay. So is everyone clear with this?
I have like a couple of classes and meetings going on, so I won't be able to attend
Okay,
this
if
specific
you
session.
would be able to attend, okay, and if you will be the winner, then is on the validity session, the announcement will be there, and the winner will be getting the mail as well. Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
So yeah, so as I said, even I have limits, so I might not be able to attend the validation. The results be posted somewhere?
Yeah, the result will be
maybe on the Instagram page or Facebook page, something like that.
Yeah, the result will be you will be getting the result on the mail as well as on our website.
Mail, okay.
Yeah, prabodhanIN.com. Sure. Okay.
So Ram, I'll be dropping off then.
Good evening, everyone. We now move towards the last segment of Prabodhan 2021. The last 2 days have been full of insights from eminent leaders, and I'm sure all of us have picked up advices and tips that we were looking for. There's another golden opportunity now as we have with us for the valedictory function, Mr. Maheshwar Peri, founder and chairman of Career 360. But then I also see some anxious students here waiting for results of their hard work. Probably we release them of their anxiety first and announce the results. We had an overwhelming participation for both Inventum case competition as well as the Epiphany business quiz. There were a total of 1,216 registrations for the case competition and 520 registrations for the quiz. All the participants have performed exceptionally well. A hearty congratulations to all of you. And as students and as learners, we must remember that participation is more important than winning in life. We will now announce the winners in presence of Mr. Maheshwar Peri, who we visualize as digitally giving away the prizes. The teams are fortunate to have Mr. Maheshwar Peri handing over the prize digitally. We will start with the prize of the quiz competition, the Epiphany Business Quiz first. The third prize, any guesses? Keep in your mind the guesses. The prize goes to Vasu Golean.
Congratulations, Vasu.
The second prize for the Epiphany Business Quiz goes to Aditya Pahar Singh. The first prize for the business quiz goes to Preetam Upadhyay. A hearty congratulations to all of you on winning the prizes. We now move to the prizes for the Inventum case study competition. We have 3 prizes for this. The third prize for Inventum case competition goes to Team Kakashi. Congratulations to all of you. You're walking down with cash award of rupees 20,000. Moving to the second prize. The second prize goes to Team Stark Industries, walking with a cash award of rupees 30,000. Digital prize distribution, of course, do not have that much of energy as we would have if it was in an auditorium. But still, I'm going to announce the prize winner for the first prize. Hold your breath a little longer. The winner will walk with a cash prize of rupees 50,000. That's the Team I Boys. A hearty congratulations to all of you. And as I repeat, each of the participants performed exceptionally well in the competition.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Team Prabodhan.
So a contestant want to say, speak a few words. Anyone from iBoys?
Yeah. So we would like to thank Team IIM Indore and Team Prabodhan. We very rarely we would get a chance to work on a live business case, and we just got 4 days to work on it. And I think we gave our best shot of it. It was a 3-month startup. So we had to do a lot of research and put our efforts, and it was fruitful at the end. So thank you for this opportunity from everyone of all from our team, and also it was intense competition. I would appreciate all the other teams, and congratulations to the other teams also. Like and yeah, thank you. It's a great feeling.
Thank you, organizing team, because the way you have interacted and you gave us updates, it was very nice. Thank you.
Congratulations, and have a lot of celebrations. So you have a whooping 50,000 to celebrate. And very well deserved. In fact, each and every team performed exceptionally well. That was the feedback we received from all the judges. In just 5 days of time on a live case study, each of the team had a lot of insights, which is really overwhelming to see. So thank you very much. And we move towards the final segment. We have with us Mr. Maheshwar Piri, who needs no introduction, but still in the benefit of the larger audience, I'll just speak a couple of lines about Mr. Maheshwar Piri. A passionate entrepreneur, Mr. Mahesh is a qualified CA, CMA and ACS. He started his career as an investment banker with SBI Capital Markets. He was associated with the Outlook Group for 17 years and headed it for more than 10 years. Mr. Mahesh believes that in a country like India, the only tool of empowerment is education. He believes that a demographic dividend India seeks can turn into a nightmare if youth are not shown the right direction to maximize their capabilities. Career 360 is the result of his deep understanding of student issues and the information gap that needs to be filled to help students take an informed career choices. With these words, I invite Mr. Maheshwar Piri to deliver his address.
Thank you, Prabodhan, and thank you each of you for calling me over for this convocation address, the well-written address rather. It's always a pleasure talking to students as far as I'm concerned, and I just go around hopping between B schools and universities to talk to the students. You know, initially when I was called in, one of the students called me and he also mentioned that there was a case study based on my story, which is a part of the IIM Indore learning process. And once he said that, I didn't have an option but to accept this invitation. And when I spoke to the prof who wanted me to speak on a subject called NEP and education policy, I said, who speaks on policy in a valedictory function, right? You know, it has to be much more interesting. I'm told that all of you are going to pass out in the next 3 months, and you're going to be facing the big bad world. And the world that you're going to face is very competitive, very innovative, very entrepreneurial. It's cutthroat, and at times it is also ethical or unethical, or is on the sword, in the sense, on the edge of the sword. So what I'm going to talk to you is an advice from an entrepreneur, keen to make a difference, survive, and still grow. I thought of making a presentation, but resisted that temptation. I have deep convictions, strong belief systems, and in my urge to survive, I failed myself many a time. Ethics, for me, gives you courage. It gives you courage to stand up to bullies. It gives you courage to speak the right thing. It gives you courage to even speak to a billionaire with a straight face. And that is what I think is very important for all of us. You know, recently there was a university which started threatening me with legal cases if I don't remove a story that we've done against them. And when I heard the entire case from my colleagues that really trying to really bully us and through legal means, I said, get them onto a meeting with me. When I sat in a meeting with me, and I heard them out, and I gave them all the ear that I can. At the end of it, I put forward my perspective, and my perspective is simple: that whatever we did is based on facts. If the facts are wrong, I'll apologize and correct myself. There is no malice about it, and if they prove me wrong, then they have every bit of me to be taken to court. At the end of it, when they realized who they were talking to, a person with strong convictions, belief systems, and the fact that I'm willing to be challenged on facts, they apologized. They said they're grateful for the meeting, and they said that they want me to mentor the university. And that's what truth does to you. That is what ethics does to you. That if you do it the right way, there are very few people who are willing to take you on beyond a point. They might threaten you, they might bully you, but at the end of it, one thing is pretty clear, that they know that they're talking to a wall which is very, very strongly built. The foundation is extremely strong. And a lot of people also think that ethics is, just financial in nature. It isn't. Ethics is not just financial in nature. In Indian context, especially, this keeps happening, that they think that ethics is financial ethics and nothing more. If you look at it, ethics is all about transparency. It's about integrity, trustworthiness, loyalty, compassion, respect, lawfulness, providing excellence, responsibility, upholding reputation, accountability. It's all in one. So don't limit the definition of ethics to be just financial ethics or something like that. And for you students, I'll tell you one thing, that all of you are living in an age where the digital footprints that you leave will be there for ages to come. It wasn't the case when I was growing up, right? Something which is a news item published in the newspaper will never see people will forget it 3 months down the line when the newspaper is buried in the archives, which is not the case now. The digital footprint that you leave behind is there for all of us to see many, many decades from now also. And that is where one false step is what it will take for you to come down. Warren Buffett very, very beautifully said, it takes 20 years to build a reputation and 5 minutes to ruin it. So think about that, you'll do things much, much differently. And that's what is important for all of you, that, I think with the kind of transparency and digital footprint that you're about to leave, one false step is all it takes for you to come down and then just get buried. And that is where I'm saying that, ethics is not an option any longer. Ethics is the only way that you can survive and move on. And very importantly, I always tell people that there is nothing called personal ethics and, there is a difference between personal life and professional life. Whatever you do in personal life has to be ethical as much as what you do in professional life should be ethical. And the reason why I say this is that, if there's a domestic abuse case at someone's home, it doesn't mean that the professional life would not be affected. It will get affected, and vice versa, that if you're found to be doing the wrong things, even the personal life of your family would also get affected. And which is where I'm saying that increasingly the personal and professional life is the same. Your character must exactly be the same, your attitude must be the same, your integrity must be the same, your loyalty must be the same, and your truthfulness must be the same. Only then you move on. And ethics also in a certain sense deals with if you start doing things wrongly, then it becomes habit forming, and you keep going down that road where a smaller compromise initially would lead to a slightly bigger compromise next year, and then very large compromise moving on. And which is what happened to all the people who got into unethical practices. They invariably they start very, very small, but as they keep moving on and on and on, you realize that the compromises that they make actually turn from what is supposed to be just ethics to what is illegal and at times criminal also. Which is where never get into the path of saying, here is a shortcut, here is a way of getting things done, though it is unethical, and this is the only time that I'm going to do it, and next time around I will not do it, because it's very, very habit forming. You'll go through any company that failed in the ecosystem at this point in time, you'll realize one thing, that all big companies that have failed because there was an ethical flaw there. A very strong company with a strong foundation of ethics rarely fails in business. Of course, the business prospects might change because, a new industry has come in, a new innovation has come in. But if you look at all the business failures and document them over the last 10, 20, 30 years, you'll realize one thing, that they've started their business with a bit of compromises, or they kept compromising, and the compromises become bigger and bigger and bigger. And at some point in time, there was no way out for them. So that is something that I always tell people, that doing the right thing will secure your future, your employees' future, your partner's future, your vendor's future, your shareholders' future. And at corruption within the organization, you'll also somehow manage to ensure that there is no zero corruption status within the company also. And that is very important. You might own the business, or you might be a CEO of a business, or you're a manager of a business. You obviously do not like to deal with people who are corrupt, right? And it is also the right way to ensure that your family is in the right path. It's not just, again, as earlier I said, professional, but even personal. You don't want your family members to be living in the gray and doing things which you think are the wrong way of doing it, because invariably your children are there. There are within the family there are multiple ecosystems, and you need to ensure that the right things are done the right way, right? So that is what I will always say, that business ethics enhances the law by outlining acceptable behaviors beyond government control. And the moment you want to go global, ethics becomes extremely important. You employ child labor, though it is legal in a certain country, is still wrong, right? And that is where, for example, today when Amazon is fighting multiple court battles, it's based on ethics, where they were told, they were caught, or the allegation is that they bribed some officials to get certain permissions in, and that is impacting the global operations also, though the corruption happened in a country like India. And that is what ethics does to you, that it might have been an acceptable behavior in certain parts of the country, but globally You actually set benchmarks of what is acceptable behavior for a business, and that is what rules the roost, right? So for me, if you any one of you think that ethics is an option, it isn't so. It is the only way to survive, only way to outlast others, only way to grow and let people around you grow too. Ethics isn't an option. Again, I'm saying ethics reduces the chances of failure. Ethics is a halo that protects you and ensures you're sought after. And so for my advice to all students would be that don't think that you're doing a big social service by being ethical. Don't think that you're doing a big favor to the world by being ethical. That is not the case. If you're not ethical, you die. And so it is a question of whether you want to survive or you want to die. And ethics is simply a correlation between your survival instinct and whether you last longer than, or rather outlast the others in the business acumen or the business environment. And that is where I personally think that ethics is not an option at this point in time. At the end of it, I'll also read out one thing which a Supreme Court Justice John Roberts said to his son's graduation class. And he says, speakers will typically also wish you good luck and extend good wishes to you. I will not do that, and I'll tell you why. From time to time in the years to come, I hope you'll be treated unfairly so that you'll come to know the values of justice. I hope that you'll suffer betrayal because that will teach you the importance of loyalty. Sorry to say, but I hope you will be lonely from time to time so that you don't take friends for granted. I wish you bad luck again from time to time so that you will be conscious of the role of chance in life and understand that your success is not completely deserved and that the failure of others is not completely deserved either. And when you lose, as you will from time to time, I hope every now and then your opponent will gloat over your failure. It is a way for you to understand the importance of sportsmanship. I hope you'll be ignored so you know the importance of listening to others, and I hope you'll have just enough pain to learn compassion. Whether I wish these things or not, they're going to happen. And whether you benefit from them or not will depend on your ability to see the message in your misfortunes. Thank you, friends. Thank you, and all the best for all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful speech. In real estate, as in life, a strong foundation is the bedrock of a sustainable development. Ethics was, shall, and will remain that foundational stone for us moving forward. It is not by chance, rather by choice, that we exercise this virtue. We thank you once again for sparing out your time on a weekend and coming forward and speaking to us your words of wisdom.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Can I leave now? By any chance?
Good evening, everyone. It is our pleasure to have with us the chair of EPGP program, Professor Praveen Panagrahi. We thank you, sir, for gracing us with your esteemed presence, and we request you to come up the stage, please. I also request Mr. Anil Yadav to come up the stage. Mr. Anil Yadav and Ms. Namrata Tripathi has been a constant support for us throughout the event, and as a token of our appreciation, we request our chair to hand over a memento to Mr. Anil Yadav. We request you, sir, for a few words.
Yeah. Close करो क्या? Event close करो. हाँ. तो close नहीं करो. Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm really happy to be here. And on behalf of IIM Indore and EPGP program, I thank all of you joining this program, Prabodhan, which is a HR and Leadership Conclave 2021. This is one of the most important events of our students for EPGP, and because of COVID-19, we have kept it online. So I look forward to you again in 2022, the same time, maybe offline that time. Once again, I thank you, all of you joining here. I thank all the participants and those who have joined, participated in this program, and also the dignitaries who have enlightened us various aspects of the trends to the, I hope it is more enjoyable or it is useful for the audience. And again, I thank all of you to be with us. And I look forward your presence in the same way in next 2022 version of EPGP Prabodhan. Thank you very much. Now, I declare this Prabodhan 2021 officially it is to be closed. Then I request the team to carry forward the further proceedings. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Corporate Interaction Committee and the entire EPGP batch, we would like to extend our, we would like to thank you, sir, with a small token of appreciation.
Yeah, just a few words. So I also thank the team, Chaitanya and the other members of the corporate affairs team and all other students, participants for the successful completion of this program. I am really happy that it is done very well and many participated in this function and made the program successful. Once again, thank you all.
I invite my colleague and friend, Mr. Vishu Gupta, to formally declare the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Conclave. As we come to the end of this two-day exhilarating event, it is my pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Corporate Interaction Committee of EPGP program at IIM Indore. At the outset, a sincere thanks and gratitude to Dr. Himanshu Rai, Director, IIM Indore, and Professor Praveen Kumar Panagrahi, Chair of EPGP program, for for their constant support and guidance. We thank Professor Deepayan, Dean Planning and Development, for his presence and time for Prabodhan. A sincere thanks to Mr. Anil Yadav and Ms. Namrata Tripathi from EPGP office for being a pillar of support. It was a proud moment for all of us, and we're honored to host Mr. Sanjeev Krishnan, Chairman, PwC in India, and Mr. Sandeep Patil, MD, IBM India, who graciously accepted to inaugurate the event. Mr. Sanjeev spoke about trust and sustainable outcome to be the next big thing, critical for success for any organization. Focus on societal benefits and stakeholders still rings in my mind. Mr. Sandeep Patil stressed on the role of digital transformation and innovation to develop good tech for the benefit of society at large. A sincere thanks to the panel members of remote working and new terms of employment for the interesting and engaging deliberations. Smaller dots make the bigger picture, and fail fast, scale fast while being agile are some of the key takeaways from this discussion. A special note of appreciation to Colonel Hemant Sahni for moderating the session. On that same note, we extend our thanks to the panel members of Startup to Sustainability, a pertinent topic for all management students and wannabe entrepreneurs. Market and ability to time the market while leveraging your starting capabilities are critical factors. Ideas should manifest into solving a real problem at scale. These two key takeaways will remain with me, and I'm sure with others, while one navigates the tricky entrepreneur journey. A special thanks to Professor Kamal Sharma for the wonderful and engaging moderation. Inventum, the case competition, is the marquee event of Prabodhan, which saw 1,200 plus participants from B schools across India. We thank each one of them for their active participation, and our appreciation and gratitude to Professor Manoj Motiani and Mr. Park from Wepi Industries for accepting to be the judge for this competition. A special note of thanks to the Industry Interface Office for coordinating. Epiphany, the business quiz competition, saw some competitive spirit from participants fighting it out for the top prizes. A thanks to all 500 plus participants for their active participation. A sincere thanks to Mr. Maheshwar Peri for accepting to deliver the valedictory address and talking on a critical and pertinent topic, ethics. A special note of appreciation to the CR and the SAXI coordinator with Abdul Wajid for being the solid pillar of support that he's always to the batch. We thank all the volunteers for their support, without whom this event wouldn't have been a success. A sincere thanks to the estate office at IIM Indore and the IT department for their constant support. Lastly, but not the least, I thank all participants who joined us online and offline to make this event fruitful. As a parting note, I thank all my colleagues at the Corporate Interaction Committee who worked selflessly and upheld the spirits and tradition of Prabodhan. That's all, guys. Thank you, and see you again next time. Goodbye.